I want to be happy. Do you guys want to be happy? We're all happy too. That is, that is a Broadway song going all the way back to 1925, No, No, Nanette. There were no cast albums back then, but that is a recording of the song I Want to Be Happy from the delightful musical No, No, Nanette that had a big 1971 revival. Our sentence just keeled over. We have a whole show for you dedicated and devoted to Broadway. As a matter of fact, this is our 21st annual Dave's Gone By, Broadway special, or what we call our Total Theater Tony Show, Total Theater Tony Show, or our Tony Special, with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, helping us out, and lots of critics and experts and fun people helping us celebrate the 2025-2026 Broadway season that technically ended a couple of weeks ago, because the season is not a year-by-year thing. It's more of a goes from early June or late May through the next end of May. All the Broadway openings, there are about 30-something of them this year. Plus, we'll talk a little bit about off-Broadway and off-Broadway, too, not to mention even a bit of theater in Wisconsin, because the American Players Theater in Wisconsin won the Regional Theater Tony Award this year. First time Wisconsin has ever gotten a Tony Award, even though, as our critic friend will say, we've had winners in Chicago and winners in Minnesota. Am I live? Am I playing?
You should turn so it's just black screen.
Problem is I can't, because if I turn this too much, I get wall.
Oh, either way?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
I would like you to make it more even.
Here, all right, well, I can go like this, but this looks a little chintzy. We'll see. You'll see me turn the screen. Anyway, welcome, everyone. It is Saturday, June 6, 2026, and the Tony Awards are tomorrow night. They're on CBS and also on Paramount TV. They're being held at Radio City Music Hall, as they have been on and off for the past few years, because they need a venue that big sometimes to hold all the people. So how does it look now with the more even? You got to tell me. I'm not the designer here.
It's your show. My balloon thing fell.
And by the way, what you can't tell.
Just wear the balloons like a wrap for a little bit. It looks so pretty.
All right. Well, okay. Here. Yeah, give me a moment, folks.
And then you can turn and do the whole black screen.
As you can see, this is a special Broadway edition of Dave's Gone By, but it's still Dave's Gone By. So here we go.
Like a boa. Oh, that's great. And
so as ridiculous as this is,
you can keep the wall the way you want.
Yeah. We're going to get fairly serious about all these Broadway Tony categories. We're going to have critics, friends of mine and colleagues, who are going to be very, very knowledgeable about the various categories of Tony nominations, and each one is going to take one particular category, like, best orchestrations, best featured actress in a musical, and talk about them for, 5-10 minutes, say what they think will win, what they think should win, if there's anybody egregiously left out, and also talk about their favorite shows on and off Broadway of the season, and even a couple of them might tell us what the first live theater show they ever saw was. Plus, on this episode of the show, we're going to have a trivia contest like we did last year. That was so much fun. We have 3 heavy hitters playing our trivia game. It'll be Robert Viagas, my old colleague at Playbill.com, very distinguished playwright Jeffrey Sweet, who is also a critic and who wrote the introductions to several of the Guernsey Mantle Best Plays series, and also the GOAT, the greatest of all time in terms of trivia, David Sheward, writer for TOTALTHEATER.com, and also has his own blog, The David Desk. That's just 3 of the critics who are joining us today, June 6th. And as I said, they'll be playing our trivia quiz. But let me tell you some of the other folks who are going to be joining us on the program. Those include, and I'm going to need my glasses, those include Leslie Hoban Blake and Charlie Gross of the TV review show Two on the Aisle, Joe Dziemianowicz, writer for New York Theater Guide. He was also the longtime theater critic for the New York Daily News. David Finkle of New York Stage Review. Tom Geier, who created and writes for a website called Culture Sauce. Eva Heinemann, our beloved Eva, who does her theater review TV show called High Drama, Brian Scott Lipton of City Tour, Jonathan Mandell from NewYorkTheater.me, Carey Purcell, who writes for TDF Stages, Raven Snook, who also writes for TDF Stages, a newbie, Martha Wade Steketee from Urban Excavations. She's with us. Zachary Stewart from Theater Mania returning with us as well. Plus, as I mentioned, our Wisconsin critic, Anne Siegel, talking about Wisconsin, and she writes for TOTALTHEATER.com. And if that weren't enough, we have a Tony nominee. Yes, we do. For orchestrations, he's also a musical director and a conductor. He is Brian Usifer. So he's actually going to talk about what he does, because he's Tony nominated this season for chess. So we're going to hear what is a orchestrator versus, a conductor versus musical director. What are these, music supervisor? What do these people all do? And sometimes it's like the same person. Brian Usifer with us in the Daverhood. And last, but certainly never least, we have Rabbi Saul Solomon joining us with a rabbinical reflection. That is where he has a mini sermon, a benediction, if you will, and you will, for the Broadway season. He talks about some of the nominees, and most importantly, the Jewish quotient in the Broadway season and in the Tony nominations and awards. It's kind of like Broadway was sort of a Jewish sandbox for many years of its gestation. How Jewish is Broadway still? Rabbi Saul Solomon will give his benediction reflection later in the broadcast. So all of that coming up, plus a giveaway. Plus, we're going to give away a copy of Oedipus. And amazingly, it's not on parchment or stone. It's actually a book.
Oh, nice.
This book, because it's a new translation / adaptation of Oedipus Rex, Oedipus the King, that was done on Broadway this year. Very acclaimed and very thoroughly updated and modernized and apparently quite thrilling version of Oedipus by Robert Icke, or I may be mispronouncing it, might be Icke. But here it is. I have an extra copy. And this copy, your address could go on this copy of Oedipus.
Wow.
So we'll give you the instructions for the giveaway later in the show, and you can get a copy of this lovely and thrilling book. But before we get to that, I want to, let's see, so we have time to do everything we're going to do. Remember that Dave's Gone By usually airs from 9 until noonish or thereabouts on Saturday mornings, just like we are here on Facebook. We're going to go till 1, probably a quarter after 1. So settle in, make several cups of coffee or the beverage of your choice. I do want to also make sure that I have time to bring in all the people I want to bring in. But, any thoughts on the Broadway season or theater this year?
Well, I hope you get to see more stuff. Maybe in the next coming year, we have to schedule more trips for you to see stuff. You know?
I have to be honest, because of we live in Maryland,
and also it was a rough time. We had a rough time.
It's been a difficult year, and I just did not get to see much on Broadway. I saw the Jeffrey Ross stand-up comedy show, Take a Banana for the Ride, and I also saw I think the first official play of the season, which was about the woman who was abused, and Jean Smart starred in it. And forgive me for not remembering. It's in my paperwork somewhere here, and I would fail the trivia quiz immediately. It's called Call Me Izzy, and I did see that, and it was worth seeing. But honestly, I really haven't seen anything else. So I am relying, just like a lot of you guys, on the experts and the people who love Broadway and see dozens and dozens of Broadway and off-Broadway shows all year long to wrap me in their descriptions, in their synopses, in their memories of what the shows were like.
I wonder, David, what was was it a good year financially for Broadway?
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's do Broadway facts and figures.
I don't know. I mean, that would be interesting to me to see, like...
I did, by the way, not set up that segue with my wife. That was literally the segue I was going to do.
Because I know after COVID they were saying, well, theater come back, blah, 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 doodle-doo.
Well, here's the Broadway facts and figures.
This blue.
No, that's your copy.
That's my copy, okay.
And actually, he'll be joining us later in the show. Joe Dziemianowicz did a column in New York Theater Guide showing what happened this season on Broadway. There were 34 productions. It's our Tony show. 34 productions, which include, and those don't count the shows that were held over from seasons past, like
New,
Lion
that
King and
means
Book of
new,
Mormon.
new,
Right.
right?
So there were 6 new musicals, 9 new plays,
Wow.
5 musical revivals,
Wow.
11 play revivals, and 3 what they call specials. They didn't
What's a
really
special?
fit into any category. I think the Jeff Ross show might have been
I
a
like
special.
that, like something unique. Yeah.
So, and there were 6 transfers from off-Broadway.
Oh, good.
And,
Isn't that the dream?
well, yeah, and it's also where they, if a show does well off-Broadway, boom, and a lot of the institutional theaters will do that too. 6 from London's West End. So it was a hit in London, and they brought it here. Yeah. According to the Broadway League, Broadway shows grossed $1.91 billion, which was up a percentage from last year. Attendance was down slightly, down about 0.5%. So in other words, tickets were a little bit more money, and a smidgen fewer people went to see
What's the
them.
average price of a ticket? $200?
I think in the 180s.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Is there still TDF, or what is it, TDK?
TDF still.
And then
yeah.
what are the places you can afford it?
Well, you can still join. Well, there's of course the TKTS booth.
That's what I meant,
Yeah, that's there, and TDF is still around. I belong. It's
Teachers Development Fund or something?
Theater Development Fund, which gives significant discount tickets to teachers and people in the theater community and things like that. And yeah. So they're still there. There are ways to see theater more inexpensively. It's just that when I was coming through the ranks, seeing theater more cheaply was $15, $20 a ticket. Now it's $70 or $80.
Wow.
That's the way it is, folks. But attendance was 14.6 million. So overall, according to Deadline.com, there were 13,416 performances over the course of this year, which had an extra week. By the way, it was a 53-week year.
Isn't that funny?
They have to do that, I think, every 4 years to...
Or maybe like tax day, when it falls on a Sunday, they make it a Tuesday.
Yeah. So,
That's really good.
one extra week, audiences filled 90.8% of available seats, which is extraordinary. For every show all year long.
The price,
Yeah.
this is just Broadway, not off-Broadway.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. This is just the
You didn't do it
40-something...
for off-Broadway?
I should, but I don't have any of those figures. I just have the Broadway facts and figures, thanks to Joe Dziemianowicz for writing that for New York Theater Guide. Well, so we stay on track. I do want to get to our very first interview of the show. Now I need to get my... I need to get my... If I get my papers out of order, I am
Just use
stuck.
this one, and
Oh.
Give it to me when you're done.
Cool.
There's pens over there by the docks.
Yeah, I have my special happy pen.
Okay.
So here is Jonathan Mandell. I did mention him. He's from NewYorkTheater.me. Now what I want to do is make sure that I share my screen. La-da-doo-doo, la-da-doo-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's open up my Tony Show folder. As you can see, there's my iTunes folder. My Tony Show folder begins. Now, some of our guests, I will tell you right now, were pre-recorded. A few are going to be live. But Jonathan, we talked to earlier in the week. So let's see Jonathan Mandell. Let's open that puppy up. Come on, Jonathan. There it is. Here on the Dave's Gone By Total Theater Tony Special, he'll be talking about featured actor in a play. Making his second appearance on the Total Theater Tony Show, we have Jonathan Mandell. Now, you can read all his reviews at his own website. It's NewYorkTheater.me. And let's make sure we spell it the full New York, NEWYORK. Theater spelled the E-R way, .me. You can also, or have read him on TDF stages. He's written for American theater as well. And over the years, you've read him as a journalist and an arts journalist in Newsday, the Daily News, the New York Times, NPR. He is a Yale graduate, taught at my alma mater, NYU, and my wife's alma mater at Columbia School. Well, she wasn't in the journalism school. Jonathan was. So welcome back, Jonathan, to the Daverhood for the Tony Show.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Featured actor in a play.
That's right. Let me read the list, and then you can go through them. So we've got
Okay.
Christopher Abbott in Death of a Salesman, Danny Burston in Marjorie Prime, Brandon J. Durden in Waiting for Godot, Aidan Ehrenreich in Becky Shaw, it might be Alden, or I should use my glasses on this, It's Alden Ehrenreich, excuse me, Ruben Santiago Hudson in Joe Turner's Come and Gone, and Richard Thomas in The Balusters. So, now, Jonathan, your thoughts on featured actor in a play?
Well, what's interesting is that 5 of those 6 are Broadway veterans and stalwart New York theater actors. And the 6th one is the one that stands out in a couple of ways. Although all, give reliable performances, one of the advantages of a featured actor category is that unlike a lead actor, they have many more choices to pick. So they really tend to pick the ones that...
Oh, you mean the nominators have more? Yeah, got it.
So let's go one by one through them.
Sure.
Christopher Abbott plays Biff, the disillusioned older son in Death of a Salesman. It's just his second role on Broadway. He's, of the Broadway veterans, he's the one who's the sort of beginning. There's my attitude about this production is a little different from what you'll probably hear from others. I see there's a lot of intense screaming in it, which impressed a lot of theater goers more than it did me. And he has this very intense confrontation at the end with his father, that people remember. But what struck me most here was that director Joseph Montella decided to double cast the part of both sons, so that besides Abbott, Biff, the older brother, is played as a teenager in earlier scenes by Joaquin Consuelos, if I pronounce that Consuelos, probably.
Yeah.
He's the ripped son of Kelly Ripa, making his Broadway debut.
Oh, of course, Mark Consuelos, the kid. Right, got it. Okay.
Exactly. He's eager, energetic, athletic, and he wears this football uniform. And this forces a contrast with Christopher Abbott, who, by the way, in his bio, doesn't even mention his breakout role as the heartthrob in the 2012-2016 HBO series Girls. He depicts this aimless, slightly less buff Biff in sloppy sportswear. And, so that we see how he's become 15 years later. That in this way, we more fully sense the toll of Biff's disillusionment with his father.
So is that the performance?
That to me was more interesting than the screaming.
More than the script, but what about in terms of his performance versus the others in the category? Will he be your vote?
I'm going to go one more.
Okay, yeah. So
the next is Danny Burstein, who's,
wonderful.
I point out this is Burstein's 21st role on Broadway. He's been nominated for Tonys 8 times before and won once for Moulin Rouge. He is among Broadway's most reliable actors. He's always wonderful in his roles. And in this one, he plays this patient, tender son-in-law in Marjorie Prime, trying to do best both by his wife, his children, and his mother-in-law. And by the sort of, by the nature of the role, it's solid. It's not supposed to stand out. He's offering support for everybody else. But you feel for it, but again, it's a solid role rather than a standout one. So let's go to the next one. Brandon J. Durden as Pazzo. This is one of the examples. So Durden, too, is, this is his first nomination, but he's been on Broadway for almost 2 decades. He was really great in Skeleton Crew and Take Me Out, the baseball play. But the nature of this role, it's kind of a cameo, and it fits what our notion of a featured player is, because he only has a couple of scenes. in this case, one of the reasons why he stands out is because he was menacing and humorous. He played Pazzo as a Southern good old boy and a bully at the same time. So it was humorous and also menacing. But also, to be honest, because he stood out because, how do I say this politely? Because the rest of the cast didn't particularly stand out, you know.
This was The Waiting for Godot with Keanu Reeves and the other guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Did not get the best reviews. Yeah.
So now we go to Alden Aaron. I'm doing this alphabetically. If
Yeah,
I was
sure. Alden Ehrenreich. Yeah.
dramatic, I would wait with Alden till the end. But Alden Ehrenreich and Becky Shaw, he is the actor is this movie guy. He played the young Han Solo, among others, who was making his Broadway debut. He's never been on Broadway before. In Gina Gianfrido's comedy about a blind date gone terribly wrong. And he plays Max Garrett, the guy on the date, who's a cynical money manager who seems from the start like a complete bore, so much so that it seems at first like a comic shtick. You know, he has all these cynical lies, like, when he's very indifferent, insensitive to his friend whose father has died. And he says, don't pray, or if you do, don't squander it, pray for money. He's a comic character. But then suddenly you realize, slowly it unfolds that he's actually very vulnerable and very sensitive. And he's, I don't want to give it away, but he's been pining for his best friend since they were children and sort of not willing to admit it. And I actually I'm pretty sure I saw his lips ever so slightly quivering with emotion. It was just very well done. He's done he's made a really good Broadway debut. And I just want to say, though, that if you ask me, he's the lead. It's about two people going on a date, and he's one of the people going on the date, and the other one is Becky Shaw.
So why is he a featured actor rather than... Yeah.
Those two aren't the leads. They were determined to be the supporting players because the blind date was set up by a newly married couple, Susanna and Andrew. So, I mean, I don't know that they did this deliberately to promote but given that the amount of time, the amount of tension, and how great he is in it, it sort of favors him in a way that is not just about his talent. It's about the setup of versus features. Well, that's all I'll say. Now, the next one, Ruben Santiago Hudson, comes closer to your what you would think of as best featured player because he has this. Well, first of all, this is his fourth Tony nomination. He's a veteran of a dozen Broadway shows, including his own solo show, Lackawanna Blues, and his Tony-winning role in August Wilson's Seven Guitars. He's been an interpreter of August Wilson for a very long time. He takes on and triumphs in what is clearly the most challenging character in the play, a character named Bynum Walker, who's called a conjure man. He has these long monologues about mystical occurrences. These are really areas in the distinctive rhythms of August Wilson, and he helps people find their song, or as he puts it, or as the boarding house operator portrayed by Cedric Entertainment explains it, he does all that old mumble-jumble nonsense, all that heebie-jeebie stuff. And it requires endurance, it requires pacing, it requires a sense of mastery of the rhythms, you know, and it's sort of separate from the rest of the play. He gets these moments to perform, which is sort of how you think of a feature, as opposed to supporting actor, as a feature. He has his own moments to shine, and it's a wonderful performance.
So we do have to move quickly. So we don't want to leave out Richard Thomas, who is in the Ballasters. Something quick about him. Yeah.
Became famous, as you may know, as a young at a young age as John Boy in the Walters, but he's been on Broadway 16 times. He was nominated once before. He's another one of the stalwarts, and he has a very good role in this as a more typical supporting player. He plays a congenial head of this neighborhood association, but we eventually discover that he's secretly arrogant and power hungry and maybe a little bigoted. It is a lovely, nuanced performance.
So
he's using these balusters and violently, but all along it builds to that. So
Jonathan Mandell, I have to ask you, you're a voter for the Drama Desk. What did you, for featured actor performance, whom did you vote for?
Well, I'm going to keep my vote is quiet. Okay. What I will say is, I'll be quite happy if either Ruben Santiago Hudson or Alden Enric are given the award. But actually, any of them do a fine job. I'm very mixed between the two.
Okay.
Because they're so completely different performances. And as I said, there's the fix is in that he's really doing the lead.
Well, the fix is in here with us to know that Jonathan Mandell is so erudite and so well prepared to talk about these categories. It has been a pleasure to have you again in the Daverhood. Remember, everybody, to read Jonathan Mandell's reviews at newyorktheater.me. Have a wonderful Tony season and a wonderful Broadway season to come. Thanks, Jonathan.
You too.
Bye-bye. Here on the Total Theater Tony Show with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and wonderful wife, who's on the sound effects and also, I guess, the musical direction and design. We have an orchestrator coming. Tony-nominated Brian Usifer is going to be joining us a little bit in the show. But we have a live guest who is joining us. She has been on the show a couple of times now. Let's get to her. Where is she? Or him, I'm sorry. It's a wrong person. I'm already not following my own script. Here he is. He is, of course, Zachary Stewart. Zach, let's make sure we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Fabulously. Hello, good morning to you, and welcome to us on our Tony Show. Zach, let me give you a little bit of a, let me also find the page with my stuff for you. I've got like 20 pages of notes here that I have to just get through. But I will, because Zachary Stewart is the chief critic of TheaterMania.com. He's also vice president of the New York Drama Critics Circle. And he, of course, writes all his theater reviews for Theater Mania. Did I miss something, Zach?
Vice president and treasurer. I am the Marco Rubio of the New York Drama Critics Circle. I do all of the jobs except president.
Oh, well, do you want to be president someday, or you want to...
I used to. Now I'm not so sure, because the biggest part of that job is planning a party, and I'm not so sure that's what I want to do. Adam Feldman does that fabulously every year, and so, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't occur to me. But that's what it is. It's one giant, huge... And that's the thing, but it's great that you're treasurer. Nobody wants to do that job. So
no, it's not fun. Yeah. You were never on a co-op board, were you, Dave?
No, we had a townhome with a thing, but I never got involved.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, that's like the mob. My husband does that business, and it's like once you get in, you can't get out.
And they pull you back. But that's movies. That's not theater. We're talking theater with Zachary Stewart, who is here to discuss very specifically one category, revival of a play. So what we can do is, you want to go through them one by one, or should I list them all? How do you want to do it, Zach?
Go for it. Yeah, please.
So let's start with, and you'll tell us, what you hope will win, what you think will win, anything left out. Revival of a play includes Becky Shaw by Gina Gianfrido. Your thoughts?
Oh my gosh. This is a 20-year-old play. It's very much a period piece if we're thinking of the George W. Bush era as a period, which I guess it was now, right? I mean, these are things we all live through. Yeah. And so for my money, this was actually the best play on Broadway this season. I loved this show. But, and it has never been on Broadway before, but because of what is called the classics rule, which is something we'll talk about with several of these candidates, it is included in this category. It has been presented at regional theaters. This isn't the original production from 2008. Obviously, it hasn't been spending 20 years weaving its way to Broadway, but it has never been on Broadway. So it's included there. Yeah, I think if this was included in the best play category, it would have a real shot of winning, but it's not going to win here.
Oh, okay. So one of the other shows that it is up against is, well, yeah, I don't know if you've heard of this one. I certainly had never heard of it until this year. A guy named Arthur Miller wrote this play called Death of a Salesman. Death of a Salesman. Your thoughts?
Well, this fits the category much better, I think, right? I mean, this is a category for canonical plays that everybody knows, but you're reviving them on Broadway. Yeah, 1949, a beautiful production by Joe Mantello. This is the front runner, obviously. Nathan Lane, Laurie Metcalf, Clock Twink, Christopher Abbott, they're all in it, starry cast, Winter Garden Theater, but it's still selling out. Yeah, I think this is the front runner.
Well, is it the front runner for you? You seem to hedge a little bit in terms of it being, well, you like Becky Shaw a lot. So
Yeah.
you've seen so many Death of a Salesman. Is this up there? Is it middle for you?
People always say that to me, and actually, they didn't start inviting me until it wasn't until the Wendell Pierce production. I didn't see Philip Seymour Hoffman. I didn't see Brian Dennehy.
Dennehy was incredible, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Everybody says Dennehy was incredible and quite scary. I thought this was a great production, though. It really. Here's the thing, you're performing this for a Broadway audience of a lot of them are knowledge workers, right? It's people who sit in front of screens all day, and they're being told constantly by their bosses that they are replaceable, that we will replace you in the next few years with AI. So this show really touches a nerve. It always has in a dynamic economy like the United States, but right now it specifically does for this audience. It was all fun and games when we were shipping jobs to China. And we would say, well, you should go learn to code. Well, fool me once, right? Those are the jobs that are being replaced fastest now. And this is a show about a man who plays by the rules, does well by his family, tries to do everything right. And at the end, he is shoved off a cliff.
Wow. Wow. You talk so succinctly about a show that we all know. By the way, we have a Ray from my cousin Michael is one of the people just calling in that they're watching. Yes, so yay, we actually have a viewer. So
Hi, viewer.
Hi, viewer. Hi, Ray. But next show, it fits into the more of the Becky Shaw category because the revival is Every Brilliant Thing by Duncan Macmillan. So, your thoughts on this play?
A 13-year-old play, has never been on Broadway, was off Broadway briefly. But is done, I think, at regional theaters everywhere, more so in the UK than in the United States, but it has been done in the United States. And again, it fits under this classics rule. But do you really think of this? This is kind of like a one-man show, feel-good, anti-suicide show. It's Daniel Radcliffe glad-handing with the audience. It's very fun to have Harry Potter stare into your eyes and tell you you're very special. That might be worth a $150 ticket. And but is this a revival? Is this a classic on par with Death of a Salesman? I don't think so. This was the category that had the most eligible candidates of the year. There were 11 shows that were produced on Broadway that could have gone into this category. And there were some real big ones that were left out, like the excellent revival of Tracy Letts's Bug, which is not in here. Waiting for Godot, not as excellent, but still a towering work of Western drama.
Yeah.
That's not in there. And so Art, Yasmina Reza, which won the Tony Award, was back with a starry cast, not in this category. So I think this is perhaps the strangest play to include in this category this year. It's absolutely not going to win.
Should it have been a special, or is it still a play? Yeah.
I would have done that, actually, Dave. I would have put Daniel Radcliffe in the whole production and given them a special Tony and just kind of shunted them off to the side. But now, of course, he's also in actor in a play, right? He's up there against Nathan Lane and John Lithgow.
Right, so you can't.
Every Brilliant Thing. And so, again, Daniel Radcliffe is a wonderful man. He has all of that Harry Potter screw you money. He never has to do another thing in his life. He could just do theater for the rest of his life. And he's using that power for good. We love him on Broadway. He'll be back.
He also played Weird Al Yankovic, so he has. He's got my street cred forever for that.
For sure.
Now, speaking of street cred for comedy, Noel Coward is a pretty well-known figure in comedy, but Fallen Angels was not a particularly well-known Coward play, and they revived that this year. It's up for Tony for revival, and Zach?
Yeah, it's very funny, it's a play about non-monogamy from the 1920s, speaking to us from a century ago to a time when that has become very en vogue, even for the heterosexuals. They're not as good at it, but they really do try. And this is a play about heterosexual non-monogamy. It's very funny. It's British. It's witty. It's not going to win this category because I do think that in awards, we tend to favor dramatic plays and performances. Comedy is really hard. I wish we awarded it with that recognition. But I doubt this is going to win. It's Rose Byrne and Kelly O'Hara, both of whom are nominated in the Best Actress in a Leading Role in a Play category. I think their votes are going to kind of cancel each other out. And so.
Now, we do have one more, and this, for me, feels like the co-front runner with Death of a Salesman for this category. Yeah. And it's a play much, much older than any of these, including Salesman, written by, initially written by Sophocles, but it's Oedipus Rex, as adapted by Robert, I don't know if it's Ike or Ick.
Ike, I believe.
It is Ike. So a lot of people have had strong feelings about this play, many of them positive, saying it's a thrilling production. Your thoughts?
Oh, it was. If I could choose the best revival this year, I think that it might be this. I keep going back and forth because, you're in this theater watching a 2,400-year-old story. We know that it's like Oedipus sleeps with his mom. Like, we know what that it is, but people gasped when that was revealed because, Robert Ike has really rewritten it and adapted it and set it to the modern political context about a politician whose origins are a little hazy, and there's calls for his birth certificate to be released. And so this has echoes very recently in American politics.
Is there a politician these days who isn't a motherfucker? I mean, quite honestly.
I didn't know if we could swear on this show, Dave, but now I'm glad we get to know. That was actually, they were selling it at the merch stand, Life is a Motherfucker.
Oh, there you go.
It was a t-shirt there at Studio 54. Yeah, it was a stunning production. This is also a controversial show to include because arguably it is a completely rewritten play. It's a new play by Robert Ike, right? It's not being performed in Greek. It's not, a literal translation. But it is being included here in revival as well.
That's interesting. If you had changed the names instead of using it would be a new play, essentially, is what
basically, yeah. It's just using that title, Oedipus. And we have to call it Oedipus, apparently, because this is how the British pronounce it. And so their cultural imperialism has wafted across. We have Waiting for Godot, and now we have Oedipus.
Oedipus Rooks, by the way. That's how but I just want to throw in, stay tuned, everybody watching this show, because you're going to win. You can win a copy of Robert Ike's Oedipus, his translation, his adaptation of it. So that'll be a little later in the show. But before we let you go, Zachary Stewart, I want to ask, what is the first live theater production that you ever saw? Or what is the first Broadway show you ever saw?
Well, I'm going to answer both of them. The first live theater production was a church backyard production of Pippin. And I remember having to urinate worse than I've ever had in my entire life. I was a kid and, so waiting for the intermission. But it wasn't a bad production. But the first real professional production I saw was the first national tour of Ragtime. And I saw it at Playhouse Square in Cleveland. I grew up in Cincinnati, and we never could afford to see any of the touring shows, but I was up there with a friend, a wealthier friend, whose family kindly bought us tickets to see Ragtime, and it absolutely changed my life. It was incredible to see that thing. I don't think I'd be here talking to you right now without that production of Ragtime. And it's so very exciting for it to be back on Broadway this season for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been...
Did you love the revival? Because people are saying it's the best of the previous Ragtimes, or that original was so beautifully produced by Garth Drabinsky.
No, I think Leah DeBessonnet has done a fine job with this. Sometimes she's a bit of a lazy director. You can tell that she, puts the actors on stage and says, this is placeholder blocking. We're going to come back and redo it. And then she never really does. It doesn't reinvent the wheel. It does pare it down. The set is very smart. It's less expensive. They have splurged on the orchestra, however. It's 28 pieces. You hear woodwinds, you hear brass, you hear a harp. There is no other show on Broadway that sounds like this. And it gives you a taste of what Broadway used to sound like, this big, meaty symphonic sound that you don't often hear. So I really love this production for that. And of course, it has amazing vocalists. Joshua Henry will finally win his Tony Award after 4 nominations. That is almost the only sure bet at these awards on Sunday.
Wow. And they didn't have to reinvent the wheels of a dream.
No.
So, inside ragtime. Anywho, we've been talking with Zachary Stewart. Remember, you can read his reviews at theatermania.com. He is, in fact, the chief critic there, and also vice president and treasurer, but probably never president, of the New York Drama Critics Circle. Zach, I wish you
It's like poor Marco, I'm afraid.
Are you going to the Tonys? You're going to watch it on TV? Or are you going to
No, I'll be at home in my jammies reviewing the telecast. I used to go to the press room, which is at the Republican Ladies Club across the street from Radio City Music Hall. And I'll tell you, Dave, there's nothing more depressing than when the Tony Award winner for lighting design in a play gets up on a stage in front of 200 reporters. It's the best night of their lives, and no one has a single question for them because they're like, who wants to read about lighting design? You know, it's the worst thing. So I try to avoid that particular circle of hell on this night.
Yeah, you don't want lighting designers to have a dark night of the soul. Quite
No.
honestly. I'm sorry about that joke, but I'm never sorry of having Zach Stewart in the Daverhood with us. Thank you so much, Zach. Have a wonderful 2026-27 season, and we'll see you next year.
You as well. Always a pleasure, Dave. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. All right, now how do I... Oh, good, he locked off. I got to make sure I log them out without killing the Zoom.
What you can do is if you ever want to get someone to go, you just click on their image and put them in the waiting room.
Ooh!
So you don't have to close your Zoom, you just move them to the waiting room.
Yeah, you'll show me that after the quiz and stuff like
Yeah,
that. We can do that.
When they're in there, you just click on them somehow and say put in waiting room.
Yeah, that way...
Yeah, then they can do what they want in their own time.
No, I would have loved to have Zach for another 20 minutes, another half hour,
It was a
but
wonderful interview.
we've got so...
Wonderful interview.
Wasn't he great?
Yeah.
Wasn't he great? But we have so much more to do. I want to stay somewhat on track so that we're out of here before like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But so far we're on time, and I
The
want
person
to...
who wrote was not your cousin, it was Al Nazario.
Oh, Al Hunter!
That's
Hey,
what I
Al!
was gonna say.
No, you had Ray Nascimento, who was Michael's
Oh, yeah,
husband.
Yeah, I know, and so is Bob Cudmore. A lot of people are watching, but the person,
Bob Cudmore! Hey, Bob!
the person who wrote was Al Nazario. It said long time, and he said Al, and you thought that was
Al started and no, I was directing, but he started in one of the first plays I ever wrote. Yeah, he was in Blind Date all those years ago. Yay, welcome, Al, and we wrote a screenplay together and all that. But welcome everybody watching the Total Theater Tony Show live on this Saturday, June 6th, 2026. So much more to do, including our big trivia quiz, sound designer, orchestrator and musical director Brian Usifer going to be joining us. He's Tony nominated for Chess. We also have our trivia. I mean, just stay tuned. But now I've got to bring in another pre-recorded interview on another category. And this is a long-time friend of the Daverhood. So where's my... I got to get my glasses on. I'm sorry. Here we go. Let's share again. Let's share again, like we did last summer. Brian Scott Lipton, so you can see my whole list here. He is doing featured actor in a musical. So let me bring him up. Come on, Brian. There we go. Please to enjoy Brian Scott Lipton. On our annual Tony Award special, it is such a delight to have back in the Daverhood for the umpteenth, I've actually counted them, it's umpteen times, that Brian Scott Lipton has been with us discussing Tony categories. Now, Brian, by the way, is a former editor-in-chief of Theater Mania. He now writes for City Tour. He is a Tony voter, as well as a Drama Desk voter and Outer Critics Circle voter, so he sees everything. He writes about everything, which you can read at City Tour. Is that the website? Or?
CITITOUR.com.
Citytour.com. CITITOUR.com. So you can read him about the shows we will be discussing because his category is featured actress in a musical. Those include Shoshana Bean in The Lost Boys, Hannah Cruz in Chess, Rachel Dratch as the narrator in The Rocky Horror Show, Anna Gasteyer in Schmigadoon, and Nichelle Lewis in Ragtime. So first of all, welcome back, Brian. How you doing?
You, Dave. Wonderful. I made it through yet another season. I believe this is my 38th or something.
Mazel tov.
Well, since I really started as a journalist, it's probably my 30th as a theater critic.
Wow. Big congrats. So where would you rank this season amidst the seasons that you have seen?
It was a mixed bag, to be honest. We had fewer musicals than we've ever had because last year we had so many musicals that lost money that producers got a little shy this year. So we're really dealing with the smallest group. In fact, from this category, there were 6 original musicals and 5 revivals. There were only 11 total between the 2 musical categories, and that's kind of a new low. So that made things a little trickier to nominate. And in fact, I was going to point out that one of the reasons this category really doesn't have a front runner is if you count Outer Critics and Drama Desk as the biggest precursor to figuring out the Tonys, and there's often a good correlation. Judy Kuhn, who starred or co-starred in the off-Broadway revival of The Baker's Wife, which hopefully may get to Broadway, won both of those awards. So none of these 5 women already have a trophy.
Right. And you should mention, or we're going to be mentioning probably all night tonight, that it's such a paucity of musicals in toto that 2 of the best score nominees are from plays. It's like scoring of music from plays. But your category is owned by actresses. So
yes, it is.
Lay on me. What do you think is going to win? What should win? Give me your stuff.
I will say that I think these are 5 very talented women in 5 very different shows. So while all Tony voting to me is apples and oranges, this seems more so than usual. To answer your question, let me give you the negatives for a second. Well, they're all very talented. Hannah Cruz is somebody I think we really should all watch out for. But Svetlana in chess is such a sort of barely written role, and it really only comes through in the second act, that I would be very shocked if she won. We have our 2 SNL alums, the fabulous Rachel Dratch and the even more fabulous, to me, Anna Gasteyer. They're both really funny in what they do. Rachel really deserves a special award for just dealing with the audience in Rocky Horror. And Anna is sort of sui generis and does an amazing job as Mildred in Schmigadoon with her patter song. But I still think they're sort of comic performances that probably won't resonate with Tony voters the way...
They might cancel each other out, because they're both SNL and they're both ridiculous.
They're both out, they're in
roles.
different shows, but I think that comic performances like that tend not to resonate with Tony voters who try to look, I think, for something maybe more dramatic. So I think what we have is a race between Nichelle Lewis in Ragtime and Shoshana Bean in The Lost Boys. So here's how I think it will go, and talking about both. Nichelle does some really remarkable work, especially her rendition of Her Daddy's Son and her duet of Wheels of Dream with Joshua Henry. She has been with this show since it was at City Center last fall. I just revisited it 2 weeks ago, and she has grown. I've now seen her do this 3 separate times, and she has grown every time in the role. And so Tony voters who may be seeing her just in this iteration will probably see the best version of her. But I think there are 2 strikes against her. The first, which is completely unfair, is that she's not Audra McDonald, who created this role in 1998, won her 3rd Tony for it. And I kind of think I just think there was a whole feeling of people going, she was good, but she wasn't Audra. And second, as I even said, it's the reverse of chess. Sarah, the character Nichelle plays, is only in the first act of Ragtime. I mean, she has about 3 seconds in the second act.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil what she did.
I won't spoil while she's not in it, but I think that will hurt her a bit in the Tony race because, she's really in half a show. Right. I know it didn't hurt Audra, but that was a very different year. So I'm actually going to go for the will win, should win, both to Shoshana Bean. In The Lost Boys for 3 reasons. First of all, she's a remarkable performer with a voice that is just incredible. And here makes the most out of not even the best material. I mean, I think the score for The Lost Boys is good, but it's not going to be remembered a year from now, never mind 10 years from now. But they did give her two extraordinarily good ballads to sing. I think within the community, she may get a little bit of brownie points because she was not originally scheduled to play this role. For the zillion years that the Lost Boys were in workshop, I'm exaggerating, but for many years, Casey Levy, who's the mother in Ragtime now, and this role was written for Casey. But when Casey had to make the decision about whether to go to the Lost Boys or stay with Ragtime, she decided to stay with Ragtime, for which she may well and deservedly win her Best Actress Tony, and Shoshana stepped in. Now, that was a few months before the show opened. I know she came in a second before, but I still think people will give her some credit for that. Sure. And thirdly, she is a true Broadway veteran. I mean, although she hasn't done that many shows, she has actually been doing Broadway, and I did research this, for just about 25 years. Her first Broadway show was the original cast of Hairspray, where she was in a supporting role and eventually took over the lead. She was in Elphaba and Wicked. There are two others. So was Anna. She's actually opposite another Elphaba and Wicked. But I think she's really, respected and loved, I should say, within the community. And while the Tonys are not necessarily all that sentimental, I can tell you as a Tony voter, it's not really like the Oscars. We don't tend to give out sentimental Tonys. Most people really do vote for who they think is best. Yeah. I think she has the right combination. I also think The Lost Boys, while a lot of people thought it was more of a favorite going in, will end up actually falling pretty short. It will certainly win the technical categories, but I think, honestly, Schmigadoon will end up sweeping most of the musical categories, and so this will also be a way for the Tony voters to reward the show in something other than lighting or set design, and they might want to do that. So I think for all of those reasons, my money's on Shoshana.
Yeah, this might be another year.
And this is also her third Tony nomination in the last 4 or 5 years.
Oh, I remember I saw her in Mr. Saturday Night.
Right, that was her first, and then she was nominated for Hell's Kitchen, in which she played, Alicia Keys, or the fictional Alicia Keys' mother. Yes. So I think there's she's the only person here who actually has other Tony nominations, so I think that'll also factor in. So Brian, are you voting for Shoshana Bean? Good question, because I haven't fully made up my mind. But there's a good chance I might, but I may go a different way.
Okay. Hey, as we mentioned, Brian is a Tony voter, and while we're saying this, he hasn't yet cast his ballot. So it's
I tend to wait very, very last minute. I don't really think at this point I'm going back to anything. I did go back to 2 or 3 shows. I don't think I'm going back to anything at this point, but we'll see how I feel the day I cast the ballot.
Now, real quick, one last question for Brian Scott Lipton before we have to let you go. But I am asking a lot of the critics, what was the first show you ever saw, live theater?
I believe. It certainly was among the first shows. I grew up here in New York City till I was about 6, and my parents actually exposed me to musical theater when I was about 4 or 5. So City Center used to do basically Broadway, revivals of Broadway shows with almost Broadway level production values.
Yeah.
So the first one I really remember was a production of Oklahoma that starred John Davidson as Curly, Susan Watson as Laurie, and Karen Morrow as Ado Annie. And it made a very strong impression on me.
Wow. People will hear, John Davis, who's by the way been on the show, but John Davis, but still, I bet he was damn good.
He was really good, and he was really hot.
Okay.
Which also made a big impression on me. He knows this. John knows the whole story. I've written about it. And then I guess the other one, which was not City Center, my parents also that year bought a subscription to the Music Theater of Lincoln Center, the old New York State Theater. I will not call it the David Koch, did also revivals. And I actually saw Ethel Merman in Annie Get Your Gun. I mean, it wasn't the original. She was much older. And to be honest, as I always tell people, she scared the hell out of me. She was just such a bigger, we were sitting upstairs, we weren't in the orchestra, but she was such a bigger, larger than life personality that to a little kid, she was almost scary without meaning to be. But it also really convinced me of the power of live theater.
It convinced you there's no business like show business.
Right. Exactly. And those really were two of the most formative ones. I didn't really get to Broadway per se till I was, I think, 9 or 10. I know one of the last cats, The Fiddler on the Roof. I saw The Rothschilds, and then dozens of shows in my teenage years. I was really fortunate that I got to see some of the greatest musicals of the 1970s, which I think is such a peak era for musical theater.
Well, we are very, very, very fortunate to have Brian Scott Lipton with us as a guest in the Daverhood on all our Tony shows, Talking Theater. Remember, please read him at citytour.com, CITITOUR.com. Brian, enjoy the Tonys, enjoy another wonderful theater season. Stay well. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
On our Tony Awards special, I'm going to stay in this little corner of the screen, trying to keep my corner of the screen, and I'm going to kill that without hopefully killing the entire, there we go, just do that, because we have more show for you. Don't forget we have our giveaway coming in, there we go. We have our Tony book giveaway of the Tony nominated for Best Revival Oedipus, adapted by Robert Icke. Plus, we have our trivia game coming. Plus, what else do we have? We've got Tony-nominated orchestrator Brian Usifer. Plus, we have Anne Siegel, all the way from Wisconsin, talking about the regional theater Tony for Wisconsin's American Players Theater, which is in Spring Green, Wisconsin, and so many more critics having fun and weighing in. Isn't it just great to hear people, even if you haven't seen these plays and musicals, to hear people who love them, who know them.
Very passionate.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just that they know the thing. They love talking about it. They love sharing, and they're so knowledgeable. So yeah. By the way, it's 10 o'clock Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. This is our 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the Stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and wonderful wife helping out on the sounds and the set. There we go. But we've got to move forward. We've got to keep going forward. So our next wonderful, wonderful guest is David Finkle. He is going to be giving us score, in other words, the lyrics and music written specifically for the show. So if it's a movie that's adapted and it was a musical movie, the songs in the movie don't count. But if it's originally written for the theater, that's what he will be talking about. And David Finkle writes for New York Stage Review. So without further ado or don't, let's talk with David Finkle here on our Tony show. Welcoming back to the Daverhood for our special Tony show, someone who's been here a couple of times and someone who's been covering theater for quite a few years. His name is, David Finkle, and you can read all his reviews at nystagereview.com. This is a website that was founded back in 2018 by several different critics who realized that the major dailies, the magazines, everything was drying up where producers could get reviews of their shows. So David Finkle and some other critics said, let's just have a place where people can read reviews, not just one, but 2 reviews of every Broadway show. So there's 2 different voices there, and it's nystagereview.com. You want to read it, and you certainly want to read David Finkle's reviews there. And we want to hear him here because he is going to be weighing in on the Tony category score for a musical. That's music and or lyrics. And the nominees are Steve Barganetti for Joe Turner's Come and Gone. Yes, that's a play. Jim Barn and Kit Buchan, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, for Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York. Cinco Paul for Schmigadoon. The Rescues for The Lost Boys, and Caroline Shaw for Death of a Salesman, yes, another play. So David Finkle, I know you have some thoughts on the category of score. Welcome back.
I certainly have some thoughts on that, and I think two of them, as you've just read out, are for plays, and which immediately gives away one of the unfortunate trends in Broadway scores, which is Broadway scores, I feel very much, are in big danger. I think the American musical is having a bad time. I think people are not writing particularly good scores. I think they're, and we've had some not particularly good scores this season, which is why two straight plays, the people who wrote the underscoring, the background music, have been nominated. Of the three actual musicals that have been nominated, The Lost Boys, Schmigadoon, and Two Strangers, parenthesis, Carry a Cake Across New York City. Of those three, the only one that is really any good at all, in my estimation, is Two Strangers, Carry a Cake Across New York City. It's a two-character, as the title suggests and promises, two wonderful actors, Sam Tutty, who's new from London, and Christiana Pitts, are the only ones in it, and they both have the right kind of charm for this charming score. The first song sung in it is introduced by Sam Tutty, who last year won an Olivier Award in London, which is, of course, where the Oliviers are distributed, for his work in Dear Evan Hansen when it was opened there. And he turns out to be, in my estimation, he's just about, I thought he was the most exciting male leading man in a musical to come to New York from London since Tommy Steele and Anthony Newley. He's quite wonderful.
You know, I want to interrupt you because I remember you telling us this last Tony show. You were saying, look out for this guy, Sam Tutty. He's coming to New York and Two Strangers Carry a Cake.
Did I say that?
You said, and you were like, watch this man. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's terrific. And so is she. And the score is, just a charming score. And by Tim, it's Tim Buchan. I'm going to make sure I have
Kit Buchan and Jim Barn. Yeah.
I think he pronounces his name Buchan.
Buchan, okay.
Tim Buchan and Jim Barn, who have written, I haven't counted the number of songs in it, but there are at least a dozen, and they're all tuneful, and the lyrics are wonderful, and I'll use the word charm again. It's just this charming score, which, in competition with the Schmigadoon and the Lost Boys, Schmigadoon is, at the moment, favored to win the Best Musical Tony. I would never give it to Schmigadoon, which listeners may recognize that Schmigadoon has been a television series for a while, and it's I never watched it because I thought Schmigadoon, they're making fun of Broadway musicals.
Sure. Yeah.
Taking Brigadoon and calling it their spin on it, Schmigadoon. So I didn't want to watch it because I have this feeling that many people want to write musicals, but when they don't have their own ideas, they decide, oh, well, if I don't have any ideas for my own musical, I'll make fun of musicals that already exist. I didn't need to see that on TV. But when
it sounds like you didn't need to see it in the theater either.
Well, I did because I'm a Tony voter,
Yeah,
and I'm required to see every Tony production
right.
from the season. So I went to see Schmigadoon, which spins on the plot of Brigadoon, where two men who are wandering around Ireland, is it Scotland? And they wander into this village that seems to have appeared from nowhere, and actually is a village that only appears every 100 years for one day. And they were there for that day. And one of them falls in love with one of the women from the town, and it's an Alan J. Lerner, Frederick Lowe score that's gorgeous, of course. And so they've spun on that. Two people wander into a town that is where everybody sings songs and do things that are parodies and pastiches.
Okay, it sounds like fun. You know, it wasn't meant to be a Broadway. It was meant to be a cute little TV series, but this bothers you for some reason, or you said why?
It bothers me because their songs, which are all parodies of 1940s songs from 1940s and 50s musicals, are so bad.
Intentionally bad because
they're just not. So, for instance, their version of Some Enchanted Evening is hardly worth listening to. But it's clear by the title that they think they're doing their version of Some Enchanted Evening. And this affects all of the songs in the score. So I didn't like that. And The Lost Boys, which is not a musical I care for very much, but it's about vampires and all sorts of stuff that didn't work for me. I can't remember anything from that score. I listened to it, and I heard those songs, and they didn't catch my imagination. and part of this reflects what's happening to the current Broadway musical, which is often very loud, extremely loud this season. Some of the musicals were so loud, I have had to decide, which I will do with the new season. I'm going to have to bring earplugs because
I get it. Yeah.
Seem to think that audiences like things loud, and
Painfully.
painfully loud is right. And for instance, Cats the Jellicoe Ball, which is up for a new musical, which is a revival. Is it up for a revival? It's a
right. Yeah, it won't be new, but
it's a spin on Cats, but it's quite different.
Yeah.
So, and people in the audience, I think they must have bought them at a merchandise counter in the lobby that I missed. Many of them are holding these closed fans that are made of heavy material, and through the show they keep shaking them open, which making this loud noise.
Oh, God.
So in addition to the too loud music from the stage, getting this additional, it's just not. I was.
But I want to ask you. I want to redirect you just. And we only have a minute or two with David Finkle here. But as a Tony voter, do you feel obligated? You saw The Lost Boys in the theater. Do you feel obligated to listen to the cast recording, to listen a couple of times to the score in order to vote?
That brings up another subject, which is original cast recordings are not the immediate follow-up to musicals these days. So, and normally, if there isn't an original cast album, and there may be for these musicals later on, but at Tony time, I would be sent, and all of us critics would be sent the original cast recording, so we could listen to it. But record companies aren't as they were in the older days, the days of 30, 40 years ago, 50, 60 years ago, would immediately do a cast album.
Well, let me
Not
ask you one last question for David Finkle before we let you go. And we thank you, and we want to remind people that, first of all, you can read his reviews at nystagereview.com, and also that he's got a novel coming out, his third novel, and that will be released in early November. It's called Dorothea Through My Eyes, which you can get on Amazon. So I want to ask you, David, quickly, what is the novel about?
Oh, the novel is about a woman who leads the saddest life the narrator has ever encountered among his friends. And so it's Through My Eyes means the novelist is seeing that side of this woman over a period of time through her death.
Okay.
It's the saddest, and it's a version of some people I've known. And I just felt I was handed this story, and I had to tell it. So I've told it.
It's Dorothea Through My Eyes, written by David Finkle. You can only get that in November. But tomorrow, day after, please be reading him at NewYorkStageReview.com. David Finkle, I want to thank you very, very much for joining us once again in the Daverhood on our Tony
I want to
Show.
thank you, Dave, for calling on me every year. I'm always happy to see you and talk. You too much, but I'm happy to do it.
Thank you, David.
See ya.
Bye-bye. So David Finkle there in the Daverhood. So many, caring, thoughtful. Why did that do that? That's what I need to do. Thank you. Here on our Total Theater Tony Special Live on June 6, 2026. It is, by the way, the 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By show, where our normal show, which is never normal, has been airing since October of 2002, and every episode, except for two that were not recorded, unfortunately, very early in our tenure, is available on our website, davesgoneby.com. The first 17 years are audio only because we were a radio program on WGBB. Then we did a bunch of college radio and internet radio, and then we started doing Facebook about 8 years ago and doing audio and video. Every episode is streamable, downloadable at davesgoneby.com. You can also find all our shows and all our interviews at archive.org. Plus, we've now put all our episodes on Spotify. And if you just care about the audio, you can hear all our episodes at castbox.fm. So many, many ways to catch up with, first of all, our previous 20 Tony Award specials. Yeah, I'm in a little corner here because I'm going to bring in the Rabbi in a moment. But I want to stop. Well, I'll stop sharing, then I'll share again. But no, I'm just going to go right through because in about 10 seconds, I'm bringing in the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Saul Solomon. He's the founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Rabbi Saul was on our very first episode of the show. Back in 2002. He does most of our interviews now. He also does what we call rabbinical reflections. These are, we just lost a balloon here. These are his mini sermons about everything, about Judaism very often, but about life in general, sometimes jokes. Well, he's been doing for several years now rabbinical reflections about the Tony Awards. Very specifically also, how Jewish are the Tonys, because of course Broadway has an incredible legacy of Jews making theater, going to the theater. Is it still holding up? How Jewish are the Tonys? Well, Rabbi Saul is going to answer that question with his latest rabbinical reflection. Let me just find that on here. Here it is. That's why I'm in this little corner of the screen, but I'm letting this go, pulling up the Rabbi here on our special Tony edition of Dave's Gone By. Should open up in a minute, please. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, you can do it. Oh, there we go. It's opening. Opening. There he is. Rabbi Saul Solomon, once more in the Daverhood with his rabbinical reflection. Shalom, damn it! This is Rabbi Saul Solomon with a rabbinical reflection for Tony time. 2026. You would think artsy and progressive people would be so busy hating on Israel this year, they wouldn't have time to grease each other up and tell themselves how wonderful they are. But it's still nice that every June, Broadway makes time for a ceremony that honors quality work while advertising itself to the masses. The Tony Awards look back on the season's 30-something productions with categories like Best Play, Best Featured Actress in a Musical, Best Carpentry Design by a Transgender Kinesiologist on a Thursday. Obscure categories aside, Broadway can still be a magical place where art meets heart and the human condition is scrutinized through a kaleidoscope of perspectives and artistic techniques. I have no idea what the hell I just said, but I do know that the American theater has long been a home and haven for Jews, from the golden age of musicals up through Arthur Miller, Neil Simon, and, of course, me, with my own Shalom Dammit. Therefore, I keep tabs on the Jewish quotient of a Broadway season. Are Jewish themes explored on Broadway, especially at a time when anti-Semitism is the new ice bucket challenge? And are my people represented, I hope disproportionately? Well, we're off to a good start with The Balusters, David Lindsay Abair's Tony-nominated play about friction in a diverse neighborhood. One main character is Ruth Ackerman, a wisecracking Jewish broad in the best stereotypical tradition. She's played by an Irish Catholic actress, but hey, that's diversity. The Balusters is up against Giant, a corrosive takedown of Roald Dahl. He's the genius of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, who in later years became a raving anti-Semite. Although this twit is played by lovable John Lithgow, the actor and play make no effort to soften or excuse Dahl's vileness. Now, if we can only get the media to do that with Susan Sarandon, we'd be getting somewhere. Also Tony nominated is the very engaging and sometimes naked Liberation. Winner of this year's Pulitzer Prize, Liberation was penned by partial Jewess Bess Wall, who's raising her children Jewish. And it features a main character who's a former Orthodox Jew turned radical lesbian feminist. She's like a one-woman shtisel. One man is performing the Broadway show Every Brilliant Thing, and it's Tony-nominated Daniel Radcliffe. Just like Harry Potter, Radcliffe's a muggle, half Irish, half Jewish, and that's okay. I'm only half dressed. Made you look. Alas and alack, we're many years past the time when Broadway musicals were a cottage industry for Yidlach. That'd be okay if the Goyim had supplanted those masterpieces with something better. But most recent tuners have been nothing to sing about. Only 3 Best Musical nominees this year have original scores, and the only Jewish thing about any of them is the name Shmigadoon. But, speaking of Jewish names, Shoshana Bean is Tony-nominated for Featured Actress for The Lost Boys, and she's up against Rachel Dratch for Rocky Horror. Also compensating for the absence of Abrahams in musicals is the Tony-nommed revival of Ragtime. The composers are Jewish, so was E.L. Doctorow, who wrote the novel. Since it's based on turn-of-the-century New York, Ragtime is rife with Yidden, Houdini, Emma Goldman, and Tata, a fictional immigrant who becomes a cinema mogul. Now, in the Ragtime movie, Tata was played by Mandy Patinkin. Pfui! If I see him and his hag wife in one more pop-up ad shilling for Gaza, I'm going to vomit borscht. But we won't hold that against the Broadway show, especially since Ben Levy-Ross is a Tony nominee for featured actor, and Casey Shira-Levy is up for lead actress. Her competition, by the way, includes the star of Titanic, the proudly Jewish Marla Mandell, born Marla Mandell Wiener. Well, I guess in this non-binary age, she wouldn't be the first girl to pull out her wiener. Okay. We must also thank the Tonys for choosing so many Jews to honor this year with special and lifetime achievement awards. James Lapine, who co-wrote Falsettos and Sunday in the Park with George. You know, some Jews become jewelers. This guy makes jewels. Speaking of jewels, Jules Fisher has been lighting shows since 1963, including the original Ragtime and Jesus Christ Superstar, but we won't mention that one. And Mazel Tov to the creators of the 152 Project, which helped bring diversity to design. The project's founders are Ken Lubin, Lauren Plotkin, a lawyer, and Jake Bell. I'm not sure if Bell is a landsman, but if he's not, he's adjacent. Perhaps the most unexpected Hebraic happening of this year's Tonys is that the ceremony will be hosted by pop star Pink. True, apart from 2 of her songs being in jukebox musicals, she has virtually nothing to do with theater. But who cares? Her mother's maiden name was Kugel, which sounds pretty sweet to me. So, even in these strange times, when Jews feel pressured to hold their peace and wish they were holding a peace, it's lovely that some Jews will be holding statuettes, acknowledging beautiful creativity and craft. And that goes for all the nominees and anyone who contributed to the American theater this year. By entertaining people, you are doing the Lord's work. This has been a Rabbinical Reflection from Rabbi Sal Solomon, Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Hamasach Oleh. Well, thank you so much to Rabbi Sal Solomon. Of course, the opinions expressed by Sal do not necessarily represent the opinions of this program, although most of the time they kind of do. This program being Dave's Gone By, this particular episode being our 21st annual Broadway Theater Special. Just remember that the Tony Awards are tomorrow night. They're going to be broadcast on CBS from 8 until 11 p.m. I think if you're in New York and have regular TV, you can watch it on CBS. Paramount or Paramount Plus is the place to do it on cable. You have to pay for it or get a free week. But anywho, before we get to our trivia quiz with 3 wonderful people and longtime friends of ours playing the Tonya Trivia game, since we're in a contest mode, we have been talking about Robert Icke's adaptation, really essentially new play version of Oedipus. Well, you can win a copy of this book, and I'm going to tell you how right now. And you're going to have until 11:59 p.m. tonight to do this. All I want you to do, please, is if you want a free copy of Oedipus, please send me an email. And in the email, oh yes, I'm hearing that email coming through. In the email, I want you to please name one Broadway theater, the name of a Broadway theater, and one off Broadway theater or theater company. So kind of expanding the range here. You can look it up, you can Google it, you can AI it, but it's got to be a legit current Broadway theater and a legit current off Broadway theater or theater company, and then email that to me with your name, your email address, and your snail mail address by midnight, 11:59 p.m. tonight, Saturday night, June 6th, at random. I will pick one email, and that winner will get the snail mail copy of Robert Icke's updated, modernized Oedipus book. Please allow 7 to 14 days for shipping, etc., and my laziness. The email address is, of course, davesgoneby at AOL.com. Dave, D-A-V-E-S, gone, G-O-N-E, davesgoneby@aol.com, davesgoneby@aol.com. Send me, again, the name of a Broadway theater or an off-Broadway theater or theater company, and do that by midnight tonight for your chance to win Oedipus, because Oedipus rocks. Now, I am, we actually have 2 or 3 minutes while our guests are joining us for the quiz. We have 2 here so far, and I know the other one's watching because he's been texting in. He had something to say, in fact, about 1 or 2 categories ago. David Sheward will be joining us. Jeffrey Sweet will be joining us, and Robert Viagas as well. What else do I want to mention? Well, what I can do in 1 or 2 minutes before our quiz starts at 10:30 is give you an idea of some of the other major awards that happened this season, because it's all about the Tonys. But you should know that the Drama Desk Awards happened. Drama Desk tends to mix Broadway and off-Broadway too. Yeah, I have my own copy of that. So winner of Best Play is The Balusters. We were just talking about that one. Winner of Best Musical, Schmigadoon, which beat out Bo the Musical, Mexodus, and Two Strangers. What do I need here? Welcome to Andrew, who's watching, and David Sheward mentioned that Mackenzie Kurtz of Schmigadoon should have been nominated for the category. What else? Schmigadoon, as I said, did win for Best Musical of the Drama Desk, up against both Broadway and off-Broadway musicals. Ragtime won for Musical Revival. Death of a Salesman won for Best Play Revival. And then there was an award for Best Review, which was About Time. The New York Drama Critics Circle, they chose Little Bear Ridge Road by Samuel D. Hunter as Best Play and declined to select a Best Musical of the year, although they did single out Alden Ehrenreich as individual performer for Becky Shaw, and gave Death of a Salesman's Cast Best Ensemble Award. And then some special citations for the Ragtime Revival, Wallace Shawn and Andre Gregory, who are back off Broadway this year, but it was a Career Achievement Award. And then Queen Jean got recognition for her costumes design. A Bowl EP by Nazareth Hassan won Best Play for the Obie Awards, that's for off and off Broadway, while Can I Be Frank and The Wind and the Rain tied for Best Playwriting from the Obies. There's some other awards, but we will get to them soon because we have a game to play. So we're going to admit our players in our trivia quiz here on Dave's Gone By. Let's make sure we can get everybody in there. Get your cameras on, get your audios up. I see Robert, I see Jeffrey, and David's getting his stuff going. So, and Jeffrey, I just need you to unmute so that we can hear you. Getting your earpiece in. So let me, first of all, thank all these wonderful people for being with us. David Sheward, who is, now I don't know where all these people are on your particular screens, but, well, my wife is holding up. So to my right, or maybe to my left, we've got Jeffrey Sweet. He is an Outer Critics Circle winner for Best Book. He also wrote the off-Broadway play from 2017 called Kunstler. And in 2025, he was in London for a revival of his fine play, The Value of Names. So, yeah, he's both a critic and a very esteemed playwright. We've got, and there's Robert Viagas applauding, as well he should. We've got, let's see, Robert is the former managing editor of Playbill.com and of their annual yearbooks that they did for a couple of years. He's also more recently written a lot of nonfiction books, most of them about the theater, such as Good Morning Olive, which is, what is that one about, Robert?
It is about the ghosts that people say haunt the Broadway theaters and theaters around the world.
Yeah, and he's got another book that he wrote right after that about audiences. What was that one?
It's called Right This Way. It's a history of audiences, because we get books about stars, we get books about directors, playwrights, etc., but nobody writes about the most important collaborator of all, which is the audience.
Well,
And there's actually been a very lively history of audiences over the years.
you got to get these books right this way, and also Good Morning Olive. Now, before we forget, we have to wish good morning to our beloved, and he is kind of the trivia goat, ladies and gentlemen. He's David Sheward, who I guess didn't have breakfast or lunch because you're having cucumber sandwiches or something there. But David Sheward,
English muffin.
English muffin. Sheward, of course, you know him from Total Theater. He's played so many of our trivia quizzes. A regular Today-Yesterday
Won
quiz.
so many of them.
Yeah, he's generally 75% of the time the winner. We'll see today. 90% of the time, my wife is saying.
99.
He writes for culturaldaily.com, theaterlife.com, and of course, totaltheater.com. And he's got a blog called The David Desk. And one of the reasons he's kind of a ringer here is he wrote the big book of show business awards when he was managing editor backstage. So, doesn't mean, but they're all people to beat. They're all very good. So, first of all, welcome everybody. So great to
Thank
see
you. David also is the reigning champion from last year's pre-Tony
Oh,
He's the
quiz. So
total goat.
he's the man to beat now.
Are you looking to take him down, Robert?
If we can.
So here, let me give you the rules. I'm going to try and
Olive will.
yes, Olive will sweep in and whisper the wrong answer in his ear. So the trivia challenge begins. Here's the deal. Oh, why did I take my glasses off? We have 3 contestants. Each question is worth 2 points. If the contestant wins the question, you get 2 points. If you get it wrong, you get no points, and then the next person gets to answer that question. If that person gets it wrong, the question's dead, and I just give the answer and we move on. We've got 5 rounds of 3 questions each, so it's going to be kind of lightning. We also have a couple of tiebreakers if we need them. The most points wins. So to start the game, everybody please pick a number from 1 to 6 to decide who goes first. So, Rob,
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Is it the speed at which you answer the question, or just the accuracy with which you answer the question?
It's only accuracy, and you don't have to answer in the form of a question. But also don't take too much time thinking.
Not Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, I don't watch too much Jeopardy.
There you go. What does everybody do? We all watch too much Jeopardy.
That's right.
So, Robert, why don't you give us a number between 1 and 6, please?
I'm going to give you the number 4.
4 for Robert. Let's see, alphabetical order-ish. David?
3.
David is 3. Did you always used to take 3? That was your thing, wasn't it?
Maybe.
And Jeffrey? Sorry to do you last, but number?
I'll take 1.
Jeffrey is 1. So let's see how this goes. I'm going to roll to see who goes first. That's a 1. So Jeffrey, and actually that means, Jeffrey, you have the option. I got to get a better pen.
Oh, I'll just dive in. What the hell?
So you will go first if you want.
I'll dive in, sure.
Wonderful. And then let me roll again. This always takes forever. 5. Nobody's a 5, are they? No. Okay. 3. David, do you want to go second or third?
I'll go second.
David Sheward going second, and Robert Viagas gets to go third. All right. Are you guys ready to play the trivia game?
Yes.
Ready.
Absolutely.
There's the excitement that I've got my little special bell. First question goes to you, Jeffrey Sweet. Now remember, some of these questions are harder, some are easier, and a lot of the folks watching are not theater people like us. So just letting you know. The 1976 Tony Awards, that's my wife with the balloons in the background there. The 1976 Tony Award saw Donna McKechnie beating out both Chita Rivera and Gwen Verdon for lead actress in a musical Tony. But there was another actress in that category, Vivian Reed, who starred in this revuesical set in a Harlem nightclub. Name that show.
Was it Play On?
Is that your final answer, Jeffrey?
That's my final answer because it's the only title that occurs to me. Play On.
I'm very, very sorry, Jeffrey. You do not get that question. So I'm going to, let's see who's going to, oh no, actually this goes to the next person. So it would be David Sheward. In a second. So Vivian Reed in this revuesical set in a Harlem nightclub, name the show.
Bubbling Brown Sugar.
Bubbling Brown Sugar. It is. David Sheward gets 2 points. He's on the board. This is why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. But there's so much more to go. So he gets 2 points.
Plenty of money left on the board, Alex.
And here's the deal. You get the second question as well, David.
Right.
Because we're going in that
I'm
order.
next. Right.
You are next. So are you ready, Dave?
Yes, I'm ready.
Bunny Flingus and Bananas Shaughnessy, you're already nodding, are two characters in this dark comedy, which was first staged in 1971 and then revived by Lincoln Center Theater to much acclaim in 1986, when it received 7 Tony nominations and won 4. Name that play.
The House of Blue Leaves.
All right. Did everybody? There we are. All right. Yay, David Sheward, who has 4 points already. Good. Oh, I should have rung the bell. But you all would have gotten that one, right? So, yeah, everybody's nodding on that one. We have our next question. Robert Viagas, are you ready?
I'm ready. I hope they're as good as the last 2 questions.
Oh, you had bubbling brown sugar, too.
I did, yes.
Well, all right. Let's see. At the 10th annual Tony Awards, and let's see, we're doing a lot of these from the sixes since it's 2026. At the 10th annual Tony Awards in 1956, Julie Harris won Best Actress for playing Joan of Arc in what play?
The Lark.
Yeah.
The Lark. Hark, hark. The Lark. Robert Viagas on the board with 2 points.
By Lillian Hellman.
Yes.
Lily Hellman adapting a Jean Henri play.
Well, who adapted it from
Yeah.
the French.
Yeah,
as translated also by Christopher Fry. Here's a little bit
with incidental music by Leonard Bernstein.
Whoa. And you know who else was in the cast, by the way?
Boris
Boris
Karloff.
Karloff.
Boris Karloff and Christopher Plummer. So they were both in The Lark by Lillian Hellman adapting on Wheeler and Christopher Fry. Well done! So far on the
They
board.
were burning to be in it.
Oh.
I was in it in high school.
Oh,
For
really?
real? Oh, wow. Did they, which did she write across on anything? Or I don't remember the play very well from Shaw, but
It's
not
Well,
Shaw.
it's ennui.
Ennui, that's right. Yeah, no, we're not feeling ennui at all. We're very pumped to. I'm sorry. Let's get to the next question so I get out of this. We start our round anew, which means we go back to Jeffrey Sweet. So, Jeffrey, this question is for you. In 2006, the Regional Theater Tony Award was given to this theater in Washington State, founded in 1972, and taking its name from a Stockholm theater that was founded by August Strindberg. Name that theater. Ooh, everybody's puzzled on this.
A contemporary stage.
Is that your final answer?
That's my best guess.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's a great guess, but that is not the
Whoa.
correct answer. Sorry. So, David Sheward, do you have a chance to add to your lead? What is this regional theater won a Tony in 2006 in Washington State, took its name from a theater in Stockholm founded by Strindberg?
Well, that's weird because it's in Washington State, you say.
Yes, not
The
these.
only one that
Washington
comes to
State.
mind is Seattle Rep, but I don't know what that has to do with Strindberg unless it was, The Dance of Death in Seattle. Oh God. I can only say Seattle Rep. That's the only thing I can think of.
Final answer.
Yeah.
I'm very, very sorry. That is not the correct answer. The question is tabled. It's off the board. But Robert, you look like you know it. I'm so sorry. But
Robert,
I do.
Wouldn't he get it? Because he's next.
well, there's only 2 next because
Oh.
yeah, that's the thing. It's a dead question. But if you want to try answering, Robert, I'd love to hear.
Intimon?
Oh,
It would have been
God.
2 points for Robert. Yep, the Intiman Theater. The current artistic director of Intiman, Jennifer Zeil, pitched a partnership in 2019 with Seattle Central College just to help keep the organization afloat. So Intiman is still there, but it's now connected to the college there. So no points on that question. We still have David Sheward in front with 4 points, Robert Viagas with 2. Jeffrey, you'll get it. You'll get one. I should have numbered these. 1, 2, 3, 4. We come to our 5th question, which means that David, I think this is your question directly.
Okay.
We were talking about this earlier. Shoshana Bean is up for her 3rd Tony nomination for this season's The Lost Boys. Her second 2 years ago was for Hell's Kitchen. And her first was for playing the grown daughter of a stand-up comedian trying for a comeback in this 2022 musical with a score by Amanda Green and Jason Robert Brown. Name it.
Mr. Saturday Night.
Is that your final answer, David Sheward?
Yes.
Live from Maryland, it's Saturday night. Yes, indeed, you got
Billy
it.
Crystal.
Billy Crystal, I didn't want to mention him because that would be the biggest giveaway of all.
Yeah.
By the way, Billy Crystal co-wrote the book and, of course, starred at the Nederlander Theater for a 2.5-month run. It was not a hit, but it was pretty fun.
And they filmed it for TV, and that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the TV version. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
So, David Sheward now with 6 points on the board. Still very takeable, guys. I know he's the GOAT, but still possible. Robert, you are... Wait, no. Wait, that was our 6th question. And it went to... I think I screwed up already. Did I?
I don't think you did. I think you
no, Robert has the next question.
Robert has the next question. Here we go. At the 1956... Oh, that's why I skipped one. That's why I messed up. All right. I'm sorry. At the 2000, this is Robert Viagas' question. At the 2016 Tonys, one of the nominated musicals that lost to Hamilton was this country folk tinged tuner, co-written by Edie Brickell and Steve Martin. Name it.
Bright Star.
You get a gold star, Robert Viagas, and 2 wonderful points. Robert now has 4 points to David Sheward's. And that's why, I'm sorry, I got the order screwed up. But now we are all set with our next round of our trivia quiz on our Tony show. So that means we begin once more with Jeffrey. Jeff, are you ready for your question?
Sure, I'm always primed for embarrassment.
I don't know about this one. Let's see. At the 1956 Tony Awards.
Keep doing 56.
All the way back. Well, yeah, it's, every 10 years we're doing one.
Yep.
The choreographer Boris Runanin was nominated once for 2 different shows, Phoenix 55 and this flop musical about a doctor and a prostitute, adapted from the John Steinbeck novel Sweet Thursday. Name it.
Pipe Dreams?
Is that your final
That's
answer?
my final answer, Pipe Dreams.
I'm gonna give you, guys. Should I give him 1 point or 2?
You should 2 points.
2 points. It's.
But it's not, if this were Jeopardy, he'd only get the 1 point.
But
Yes, yeah.
I don't want to knock him down.
Is it Rodgers and Hammerstein's
He's
It is
close.
Rodgers and Hammerstein.
He's
It's a singular.
close. He's so
Pipe-
close.
Pipe dream, a single dream.
Pipe
not
dream,
pipe dreams.
singular.
We'll give you 2 points. Yay! And Jeffrey's on the board. You had it right.
If it were Jeopardy, he'd get nothing.
That's true.
Honestly, yeah.
That's true.
But it's not Jeopardy.
It's Daverhood.
Yeah, it's Daverhood. And congratulations, Jeffrey. You get on the point. You get on the board with 2 points. Rodgers and Hammerstein's biggest financial flop was Pipe Dream, even though it got 9 Tony nominations. Critics just felt that book writer Hammerstein treated the characters too prudishly. Did you know this? I mean, you can find this on Wiki, but I don't know if you ever did. The Rodgers and Hammerstein organization, which licenses the pair's works, proposed a film version of Pipe Dream starring, anybody know this? The Muppets.
The Muppets.
The Muppets, yeah.
Wow.
Humans would play Doc and Susie. Muppets would play the other roles with Miss Piggy as the Madam.
Oh my God.
Yeah!
It would
Didn't
pay
happen.
to see.
That would have been
Amazingly
great. I would love to have seen that.
That sounds great.
It's more like Pipe Cleaner Dream with the original Muppet. But anywho, well done, Jeff.
With
Moving
Rob
on
Lake
to-
doing magic.
Next question. Our next question now goes directly to. Wait, now I've lost my page. I gotta get that up there.
You were in 56,
Me.
66.
We're on question 8, which puts it to David.
Me.
David Sheward goes directly.
Okay.
So, in 1976, this Ukrainian-born set designer won his 6th and final Tony Award. This one, like the 3 before it, for a Stephen Sondheim musical. Name this rabbi's son who first worked in Yiddish theater.
Boris Aronson.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Yes, yes, of course, Boris.
What's his Hebrew name?
Well, actually, for an extra point, what is his Hebrew name? No. But Boris Aronson is absolutely true. The other Sondheim shows were Company. Yeah, please, Jeffrey.
Or Pacific Overtures.
Yeah.
I know
And
what
I remember his acceptance speech, I think.
Oh, yeah.
He said something like, success in the theater is like a miracle, but you must prepare for the miracle.
That's actually beautiful.
And he also told Sondheim that I'm working on Company that they didn't know what their own show was about. And Sondheim said, "All right, Boris, tell me what the show was about." And Aronson said, "When I was a boy, you lived in a town where there was very little choice. There was one girl you were probably going to marry. They were just so limited. And this show is about having too many choices." And Sondheim said, "He's right."
You never know where the little thing that sparks everything and centers them. Even though Bobby's a very passive character considering all the choice he has, but still. Anywho, we're playing our trivia game with Robert Viagas, Jeffrey Sweet, and David Sheward. We come to the last question of this particular round, which means it goes directly to Robert. Robert has 4 points so far. David has 8. Jeff has 2. So Robert, you can do some real catching up here. Are you ready for your next?
We'll see. Always ready.
It's that optimism. We'll see.
The 1986 Tony Award for Best Actress in a Play went to a solo performer whose characters included a bag lady, a punky teenager, a rich woman suffering from affluenza, and 2 grandparents looking back on their lives. Name that show.
I know the performer.
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg on Broadway? No.
Well, is that your...
No.
Not necessarily his final answer.
Reread the
That-
question. Reread the question.
Well, it was in 1986. Well, the era is right, but Tony Award for Best Actress in a Play went to a solo performer whose characters included a bag lady, a punky teenager, a rich woman suffering from affluenza, and 2 grandparents looking back on their lives. Please name that show.
I know once again, now I know the right performer. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name of the show.
So you'll go with Whoopi Goldberg.
No, I'm not going to go. That clearly is not her. I know just who it is. It's
Well, don't give it away because another person.
Okay, all right.
I mean, they know, but
right. They know. All right. Sorry, just blanking.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, Robert. So the next person in line is Jeffrey. Jeffrey, do you know the name of the show?
I don't know the full title, but it's The Search for Meaning in
Oh, all right.
in an
Well-
uncomprehending universe or whatever it is. It's
Wait,
literally
wait,
titled-
I remember the title now. Thank you.
No backseas.
Yeah.
There-
Well, the problem is, Jeffrey, that's
It
not quite
sounds like
close
I'm
enough.
aiming for another 1 point. The Search
Yeah.
for Meaning.
Can you get close to the? Because you're halfway there.
You're close.
Yeah, it's The Search for Meaning in its blah 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 universe.
All right. 1 point. Are we okay with 1 point on that?
Yeah, that's all
1
right.
point.
1 point.
It's
Search
Robert. Do you know what it is?
for signs of life in the universe.
Not quite, Robert.
Um,
Yeah.
The
for
search
signs of life.
for signs of intelligent life.
Life.
Intelligent Life, there you go.
Thank you. This
Yeah.
is why he's the GOAT.
That's
This
just
is
why
why
he's the
he's the
go.
GOAT.
And by the way, who wrote it? No points here, but who wrote it?
Jane Wagner.
Her
Wagner.
part.
Jane Wagner.
Jane
Yes,
Wagner, her
Jane
partner.
Wagner. Yes.
Tomlin
Lily Tomlin, of course, was the actress, but it's Jane Wagner who actually.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure she.
Well, they co-wrote it.
Yeah.
Wagner gets the credit.
Wagner gets the credit. Yes, and I think
So-
she was nominated. I think she was nominated for a Pulitzer.
Wow.
Oh, maybe I didn't check that. Yeah. Okay. Are we ready for our next round? We've got our 10th question ready. So I hope you guys are having fun. I hope everybody's having
Yes.
fun. with this
Signs of
too.
intelligent life.
So Jeffrey, you've got 3 points now. You can build on that. You can actually you can go ahead of Robert if you get this question correct. So here we go. In 1966, Beatrice Arthur won the featured actress Tony for Mame. Also nominated in that category was Charlotte Rae for playing Mrs. Bardell in this musical adaptation of a Charles Dickens novel. Name that show.
The only thing that's coming to me is Pickwick Papers.
Is that your final?
It's my final answer because it's the only thing that's coming to me.
Well, is the name of the is that the name of the musical?
Pickwick.
Pickwick Papers was the novel. Pickwick is the musical. Jeffrey's Week gets 2 points. Yay! Not that I'm rooting
A full
against you,
2
David.
points without dispensation. Oh, I'm very excited.
You got it. Yeah, Pickwick Papers is the novel. Yeah, David, you were going to say something.
Oh, I met Charlotte Ray once when I was an usher, and I showed her to her seat, and I said, and she was on The Facts of Life at this point, and I said to her, that TV show does not allow you to show a tenth of your talent. And she looked at me and said, "You are so right."
Hey, by the way, if people want to see, well, not see or hear Charlotte Ray, she was a guest on this program a few years back when she was still alive. Duh. So, we had some pretty wonderful people on the show. But yes, yay, yay, yay. Well done. By the way, the Broadway Pickwick musical was choreographed by Gillian Lynn, who went on to stage, of course, Phantom of the Opera and the original Cats. So
and starred, and starred, if I remember correctly, one of the stars of the Goon Show.
Oh,
really? Who?
Harry Seacombe.
I was thinking, oh my God, okay.
Oh, I thought Gillian Lynn was starring in the Goon Show.
No. Harry Seacombe was with Spike Milligan and Peter Sellers, one of the stars of the Goon Show. And if I remember correctly, Harry Seacombe also played Mr. Bumble in Oliver.
Yeah, that's right. Movie, of course. Yeah. So, we have our next question coming to David Sheward. All right, David, your people are creeping up. You have 8 points, but let's see how you do on this question about the 50th Tony Awards, which were held June 2nd, 1996.
Okay.
On that night, Lloyd Richards was nominated for directing this August Wilson drama about the funeral of a murdered musician. Name the show.
Oh, wait a minute. The Funeral of a Murdered Musician in 1996.
Correct.
Oh, wait a minute. I think. I think it was 7 guitars.
But is that your final answer?
Yeah, 7 guitars.
Ding, ding, ding. That's as musical as we get. Yes, David, you had 2 more points. What were you have one in mind. Which did you have in mind at first?
No, it's just I didn't remember there being a funeral in that. That wasn't the main. That was part of it, but it wasn't like the main action.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe I
There's a biography coming out about Lloyd Richards.
Oh, uh-huh.
And, of course, he was a big part of, let's see if I can pull out one of my books.
There we go, the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center book.
Yeah.
Boom. It's a chapter on the relationship between Lloyd and August Wilson in this marvelous tome.
Yes.
So actually, one of the trivia things is that play really caused a rift between them. They didn't work together again after 7 guitars. Oh, sorry, what?
Is that the one that they broke up over?
Yeah.
Well, a large part of why they broke up was they had a big fight on the film of the TV version of The Piano Lesson.
Oh.
Because August didn't like the piano that had been designed and was very rude in the meeting. And Lloyd said, "We don't speak to our colleagues that way."
Good. Well, I'm with Lloyd on that one. Yeah.
And that was the beginning of the frost because August went from being very shy and speaking in a mumble to fully inhabiting the character of August Wilson.
Yeah.
They finally made up 3 days before August died.
Oh.
In a phone call.
How sad.
Oh, by the way, we got to read that book. What is the book? It's called The O'Neill, all about the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center.
Yeah, it's my history of the O'Neill Center and this is the only time I will ever have better billing than Meryl Streep, but she wrote one of the introductions.
And Michael Douglas too.
Michael Douglas assigned it to an assistant and then corrected the grammar. Meryl actually wrote her introduction.
One thing you get from critics is honesty, right? That's for sure. Now we're going to finish this category with our 12th question, which goes directly to Robert Viagas. Now, Robert, David's been piling on the points.
I hope I do better.
You got 4. You can get more. Here we go. Philip Bosco and Carol Burnett were the 2 Tony nominees in 1996 for this Ken Ludwig comedy set in Western New York. Name it.
Moon over. It's not Moon over Miami. It's
Oh, thank you, David. David's trying to help you. Watch David Sheward. I don't know if that's going to help. Both Jeffrey and are giving you clues.
Moon over Buffalo.
Yes!
And their fingers. Thank you for your help with the fingers. You know how I remembered it from the
How?
logo from the show.
Yeah.
The logo from the show was a buffalo with a moon over it.
Or the
And they also
Indian,
make a documentary
yes,
about the
or
making of that.
Tatanka.
I was remembering the moon, and I'm like, what was it? Ah, buffalo. There we go.
Yeah, I was trying to do the falls, but never mind.
Oh, but then it would have been Moon over Niagara.
Well,
That's right.
yeah,
Well, that fell, but
that's close. Yeah.
By the way, Ken Ludwig has been a guest on this show, so you can hear an interview with him, and he's better known. Moon wasn't a huge hit, but he's better known for Lend Me a Tenor and the book For Crazy for You. All right, we begin our final round of trivia in the Daverhood with these wonderful, wonderful people: Robert Viagas, Jeffrey Sweet, and David Sheward. We start with Jeffrey again. So Jeffrey, I don't know if you can quite well, no, it's not out of the ballpark yet. If you sweep these, we'll see. But although she lost the 2006 leading actress Tony to Cynthia Nixon in Rabbit Hole, Judy Kay gained acclaim for singing horribly intentionally when she played Florence Foster Jenkins in what two-character play?
This is embarrassing because Judy's been in my shows, and I saw it both off Broadway with the original performer and with Judy, and I can't remember the name of the damn play.
I know the feeling. It's not the most memorable title, I'll give you that.
But I mean, we did 3 productions together, and I can't remember the name of it.
Sorry, Judy, I know she's watching.
Yeah.
Meryl
You want to
Streep
take a guess?
movie.
Yeah, Meryl Streep did the movie, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And,
So-
and Layman Engel wrote memorably about her in his memoirs.
But do you want to take a stab at just any title on what it might have been?
It wasn't Florence Foster Jenkins, so because that was the movie.
That was the name of the movie, yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you want to go with that as the title?
I don't know. I'm going to call it "Go with the Flow," but it is.
Go with the flow. No, I'm afraid we're gonna brook that dam. It's not flowing. So that's Jeffrey. The question now goes, to David Sheward. David Sheward, do you remember the name of this play with music that starred Judy Kay?
Souvenir.
Souvenir is it?
And I would not have reached that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Terrible title.
I know.
Terrible
this
title.
show. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like a show about French postcards.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be fun too. By the way, Judy Kay did win 2 Tonys for Phantom and also for Nice Work If You Can Get It in 2022. And as you guys mentioned, Meryl Streep played Florence Foster Jenkins in
And
the
she
film.
won nothing in my show, so.
Back in the vaudeville days, they used to, when they would not do 1 show a day or even 2 shows a day, when they would do 4 or 6 shows a day, they had what were called cleanup acts. At the end of the show, to get the audience to leave, they had the worst acts that they could come up with. They were so horrible that people would leave. And Florence started as a cleanup act, and the problem was that people stayed.
They couldn't believe it.
Oh, that's just
It was a
great.
terrible life. My mom was in the orchestra pit at Radio City Music Hall.
Wow, really?
And the first female, when the war came and they drafted the men, Radio City went, and then they said, "Oh, we'll make a public thing of it." The first all-female orchestra. My mom was a fiddle player for it.
Wow,
And,
really?
5 or 6 shows a day. You couldn't go home. What are you going to do?
yeah.
The movie. So you end up being stuck down in the basement of Radio City, which was not an enormous amount of fun. But
Wow.
the people who did those schedules, deserved medals, not for performing so much, but for being bored between performances.
Well, that's most movie actors, quite honestly, or from what I hear about it. They're in the trailer playing cards. I mean, waiting for a second.
Or else they've learned how to be so separate their consciousness. I did an interview for my book for about Second City, Something Wonderful Right Away. I did that on the set of MASH with Alan Alda in between shots, and he would do a shot and then he would pick up the sentence right after the shot. It's just here disappears like turning a switch.
Wow. The compartmentalization of actors. My goodness. Well, wow. I mean, by the way, you've got to get all these books by Jeffrey Sweet, not to mention go see his plays when they're done. In fact,
New one opening at New Jersey Rep in late July. It's called A Change of Position, directed by Jim Glossman.
Oh, great.
Change of position coming up in New Jersey. Please remind me of that so we can talk about it and build it up on the show. It's
With Ephraim Burney.
When is it?
First preview July 30th. Change of Position, New Jersey Rep, with Ephraim Burney, and it plays through August.
Wonderful. Wow. Jeffrey Sweet, a terrific writer. But all these guys are terrific writers.
Can I do another plug?
Of course,
One more plug.
Oh, that's a pretty cover.
Yes, this is At This Theater. When Louis Botto did At This Theater for many years, when he retired, I took over At This Theater. And because we only have those tiny little pages in Playbill, we can't, and a lot of the theaters are over 100 years old, we can't put anywhere near everything in it. So what we did was we'd put out a book that had everything in it. The fourth edition is going to be coming out later this year, and it covers all the old years, but then adding on from 2010 to the present. And that wouldn't have been so bad, especially writing about all the shows that opened at the Majestic during that time. We had to add the Hudson Theater because the Hudson Theater opened in there. And there were more than 200 shows that opened at the Hudson Theater from its opening in 1904 until now. It's closing and then it's reopening. And so it took me 10 months to do this.
Exaggerating? 200?
More than 208 to be specific. 208 shows opened at the Hudson over its entire life.
All right, quick question, Robert. What was the
from before?
Sorry. Oh,
You mean from before it reopened?
From 1904, when it first opened its doors, until it closed, and then, thank God, it was closed for all that time because it would have been 300 shows. But then I picked up after it reopened and talked about how it came to reopen. So there's a whole new chapter in the upcoming fourth edition.
So also, not to leave out David Sheward, who of course writes his blog and of course writes theater reviews, but you have a book or two out, including the George C. Scott biography, which was called
Rage and Glory: The Volatile Life and Career of George C. Scott.
Wow. And we mentioned.
Did you ever hear the story when he and who was it that they were doing that Huck Finn play?
John Cullum.
Yeah, and at the end of the first act of the performance that I went to, the lights went down at the end of the first act, and the audience wasn't responding. As he walked off stage, he muttered, "You can applaud now, you bastards."
Yes. John Cullum told me that.
I was in the audience for that.
Wow. And he said it loud enough. It was a stage whisper of, wow.
Yes.
Well, when he did Present Laughter, Kate Burton told me if he didn't like the audience, he wouldn't give them a solo bow. So everybody took their bows, and he would come out and he would gesture to everybody they were sitting waiting for him to take his solo bow. He would gesture like this to get them to stand up and take a company bow. And he would say, "I'm not bowing for these horses' asses. Get up, get up."
And meanwhile, it made him look really cool because he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to bow solo. I'm going to have the whole company."
Angry. He was like, stand up. I'm not.
Yeah, but everybody thinks he's being egalitarian and a team player.
Nowadays, everybody would have given us a standing ovation, no matter how good or bad he was.
Does anybody remember the TV series that he did called East Side, West Side?
Oh, sure.
And do you remember? Here's a trivia thing. Guess who was the researcher on East Side, West Side? You're not going to get this.
You.
No. It was George C. White, and he took the Rolodex from David Suskind's office and used that Rolodex to raise money for the O'Neill.
The O'Neill, he's a great father over at the O'Neill.
Wow. By the way, we haven't finished the game yet, so we're taking a little break to just decompress and tell wonderful stories and plug your books, which is probably the most important.
By the way, I could have looked up all these answers in my Broadway book here, but I just want to let you know I did not.
You're
I
very
just wanted to go entirely from my own memory.
Yeah, nobody's using AI. There's no phone. I trust you guys implicitly and explicitly, but you've got to trust me that we've got two more questions in the quiz to go. Which, by the way, our next this goes back to David Sheward. So,
Yes.
David, I think you've already won, but you can
go
extra
ahead.
win.
Well,
Here we go.
which means that David's picking up the drinks at the bar.
That's right.
There it is. There it is. Okay.
All the money I'm going to win.
In 2016, out of 6 Tony nominations, including Best Play, for this drama set in war-torn Liberia, the only win was for Clint Ramos's costume design. Name that play.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so it wasn't Ruined. I think that was later.
Oh, and that was never on Broadway.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
And
I think it was.
and Lynn was pissed about that. I won the damn Tony Award, and they didn't take me to Broadway.
The Pulitzer.
Pulitzer, yeah,
I think she's the only woman to win, the only black woman to win twice.
right.
I think it was called Eclipsed.
Is that your final answer?
It was by Danae
Yep.
Rue, who starred on The Walking Dead. I think it was called Eclipse because Ruined had already been taken.
Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to do an eclipse here, but yeah, that is correct, David Stewart. Well done. 2 more points for David. Lupita Nyong'o did win a Theatre World Award for that, and the author, Denai Guerrero, won a Sam Norkin Special Drama Desk Award for that showing, for that performance. One last question.
Sligo,
I think
her name was Sligo. She had an unusual name. She won an Outer Critics Award. In a tie with Judith Light.
Oh, okay. So, one more question, and this one goes directly to Robert Viagas. So this will, Robert, you have 6 points. Jeff has 5. So actually, you already come in second. But unless you miss the question and Jeff picks it up and then he vaults into second place. So we're playing for stakes here.
Yeah, I'm not going to be Masala and Ben-Hur. So go ahead.
At the 20th Annual Tony Awards in 1966, Hilton Edwards received the Best Director nomination for staging this Brian Friel drama about a young man's last hours in Ireland before leaving home. Name that play.
Gosh, I've seen all those Friel plays. America, Here I Come?
Is that your final answer?
New York, Here I Come?
Try one more and we'll give you one more and then... Oh, I hate these one-pointers.
Bushwick, Here I Come?
I'm going to give you 5 points for that answer. You know what, Jeff, you...
It's Philadelphia. It's Philadelphia, Here I Come.
Philadelphia, there we go.
1 point for Jeff, 1 point for Robert.
Okay.
Which was revived recently at Irish Rep.
Yes. And when I saw it, I realized the reason he picked Philadelphia is it because it has the same number of syllables as California.
Mm-hmm.
So the character could sing, Philadelphia, here I come.
Philadelphia has 5. California has 4.
Yeah, but you're eliding the last 2 vowels.
Yeah.
Philadelphia. Yeah, there you go.
I'm guessing we could ask Brian Friel. I don't think he's alive anymore, is he?
No.
He passed about 2 years ago, I think. By the way, that's not for points or anything like that. Hilton Edwards didn't get Best Director that year in 1966. Do you know who did?
Peter Brook?
Yes, Peter Brook from Maras Saad. Got it right. This is why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of our trivia challenge. He's David Sheward. So, win anything.
Well, my objective was not to come in with 0, so I achieved my...
No, I mean, dude, you were close, man. In fact, David won with 16 points for David Sheward. Robert Viagas got 7 points. And Jeffrey Sweet, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God! Jeff, you're tied for second with Robert. You both got 7 points. Bravo!
So Robert and I buy each other drinks.
Please have me back again next year because I think I could take them.
Them's fighting words.
I'm going to be up all year studying.
I certainly didn't prove it this year, but I bet that I could next year.
It's like FIFA, David.
Well, great job, David. Great job, everybody. I want to remind people that you can read David Sheward's theater reviews at TOTALTHEATER.com, CulturalDaily.com, and TheaterLife.com. Also, you've got the blog, The David Desk, that you want to look for also. Jeffrey Sweet, he is the author of the play The Value of Names, which was revived in London just last year. Is there a place where you're writing your reviews? Is it on Facebook?
I've got a sporadic blog called Making the Scene. I'm not allowed to write about Broadway because I'm a Tony nominator. So I'm writing only about off-Broadway for this season and the next 2 seasons.
Making the Scene. And remind us, in end of July, your play is at New Jersey Rep. I'm sorry for
A change of position.
a change of position at New Jersey Rep. And, of course, Robert Viagas, get his Broadway playbill yearbook. What's the matter?
But I'm also currently editor-in-chief of a company called Encore Theater Publications. We do programs for regional theaters across the country, touring companies throughout the country. And we were so excited last year when we got to take over the Kennedy Center. And someday I will tell you what the last 2 months have been like for us.
Go on that. I bet you're happy now.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. Now maybe they're coming back. And they have to. Everybody thinks they're going to like instantly come back, and it's like, no, yeah, the national tours have already booked up the next year.
Oh my God!
But they do have to take his name off of everything.
Yes, they do, and so did we. But that took some. One party kept saying his name must come off the program, and the other party said the name must stay on the program. And so I won't say who the parties are, but my hair was black, by the way, 2 months ago.
Oh well, Robert, I hope I wish you better luck.
Speaking of trivia, does anybody remember? I remember that He Who Must Not Be Named, in fact, produced a show on Broadway.
Yes. Paris, what is it?
Paris is out.
Paris is out. That's right.
And God, how I wish that had been a smash hit and it kept him.
I do too. But
well, everything he touches is a disaster. So.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to get too political on this program. Just to say that thank you to all these wonderful, wonderful friends of mine and colleagues. I'll ask you all to log off and wish everybody a happy Tony.
Okay.
A very happy upcoming season. Thank you guys so much for playing trivia with us in the Daverhood. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Jeffrey. Thanks, David.
This one thing, I'm still pissed that Mackenzie Kurtz of Schmigadoon did not get nominated since you just did Best Featured Actress in a Musical.
Okay. Anybody else pissed about something?
No, I was on the nominating committee, and obviously a lot of people that I voted for didn't get nominations. So yes, I thought it was insulting that Stephen Schwartz didn't get a nomination. I thought that was just a direct insult, and his score deserved better.
remember he stood up the night that they gave the Tony to Avenue Q. He was so sure they were going to give it to him for Wicked, and then he had to do the slow sit down of shame.
Yes.
Because it's going to be like Wicked and the Lost Boys and Schmigadoon is going to be probably the same thing. I wouldn't be shocked if Schmigadoon takes it over the Lost Boys.
Well, it has been winning a lot of the awards.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a neck and neck, and we'll see what happens. I hope I voted for Schmigadoon.
And
Jeffrey, you can't say.
I choose not to say. I have friends who I used to be co-editor of the Best Plays Annual, and one year I did not choose a Lanford Wilson play, and Lanford was a friend, and he didn't talk to me for about a year.
And then he wrote a new play, and he talked to you again because you like that play better. And Robert, you're a nominator, right? I
was a nominator the years 2011, 12, 13. Wow. I was on the nominating committee, and I do library lectures, and I do colleges, I do lectures all over the place, and I always start out when I list my credits, and I said, you know how the morning after the nominations, by the way, sorry about this, Jeff. You know how the morning after the nominations come out, everybody says, who are the morons who came up with these nominations? And I always say, you have one of the morons here with you today.
Now, did you still meet in a room? Or was it already online?
We met in a room, By the way, the chow that they served us was excellent. But everybody, they talk about snubbing, they snub this. I
Yeah.
can tell you right now, every single person who came into that room, they knew who they were going to vote for, and they didn't care who the other people were going to vote for.
Yeah.
They did not have, there was no debating.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to change their minds.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks, somebody, they didn't like this one or they didn't like that one. And so they all decided to vote against them. Ain't the way it goes.
Well, the way this has gone has been just wonderful. I thank you all for playing trivia and doing so much more in the
Sure.
neighborhood. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful year, Tony season.
Bye-bye.
And see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
I'll be there. I'll be there on Sunday night. I'm going to the Tonys.
Well, I'll
enjoy.
say, are you at? I'll be there too. I'll see you.
All right, we'll wave.
Okay, sounds
All
good.
right. Take care.
Bye.
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 Okay. So
How do I
yes,
do
it's,
this? Whoop. I'm trying to figure.
there we go. Okay. All right, and Robert, if you can just remove.
I always like to be the last. to
Wait, I'm
leave.
going to put you in the waiting room. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is June 6th.
Look how much fun you had. They had a lot of fun.
Oh, there were great. This was so great. This show was going.
You had a tie for second, but David is the GOAT. I mean,
He's,
David would have to have he would have to be on a respirator or something.
God forbid.
Or to be have the flu.
David could be 102 years old.
He has the knack for trivia and retaining facts, but also he studied history.
Yeah.
So people who study history like memorizing stuff.
So fabulous stuff, fabulous.
I'll this on the chair behind you. You can talk.
Oh yeah, please do. So we have another guest in the neighborhood. We're running a little behind, but that's okay. We'll probably go till about 1:30 today. This is very cool. She's been with us the last couple of years. Her name is Raven Snook, and she's going to be talking to us about lead actor in a musical, kind of a cool category. So let me just, I got to share my screen again. Share. And then, where's Raven? Here's Raven. Quoth the Raven, theater is great. Come on, Raven, load up. There we go. Yeah.
Sorry.
On the Dave's Gone By Total Theater Tony special. Making her 5th appearance on our Tony specials, won't you please welcome to the Daverhood once again Raven Snook. She is the editor of TDF Stages. She's also a contributing theater critic to Time Out New York and a Drama Desk nominator, not just a voter, but a nominator. But of course, we'll be talking Tonys with Raven Snook because her category is lead actor in a musical. Let me just give you the rundown first. It's Nicholas Christopher in Chess, Luke Evans in the Rocky Horror Show, Joshua Henry in Ragtime, Sam Tutty in Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York, and Brandon Uranowitz also from Ragtime. So first of all, welcome Raven, welcome back. How was your season overall?
Well, this was my second season as a Drama Desk nominator, and we considered 270 shows. So I would say my season was chaotic, jam-packed. And, we consider shows on Broadway and beyond, which is why we consider so many more than Tony nominators. They only considered 35 this year.
Here, I'm kind of curious. Let's say the 230 shows that you saw. Could you give a percentage of what weren't worth seeing at all? What were okay to see, but you really want to see again? And, what percentage would be yeah, glad I saw this?
The thing is, and this has been my experience ever since I started seeing theater, is that most shows fall into that middle ground of some good stuff, some bad stuff. It's very rare that you see something like Dance of the Vampires where you think, oh my God, I'm going to remember this for the rest. I literally was in the middle of that show thinking, for the rest of my life, I'm going to think about how bad this was and just how misguided. Or something that's just so superb. Something that comes to mind is when I saw Alan Cumming in Cabaret and just thought, wow, this show has completely been renewed for me. I also saw Eddie Redmayne in it and thought this has been renewed in a terrible way for me. So, it's very rare that you have those extremes. I guess, and I tend to get something out of theater that even I don't like generally. It's hard to say percentage-wise. I mean, probably there's only 10% that is just superb that you want to go see again. There are definitely shows I saw multiple times this year. Mexodus was one of them. Well, I'll Let You Go. These are off-Broadway shows. Burnout Paradise, it was actually 2 different seasons, but I saw that twice. And then there's maybe 10% where you're like, yeah, that was really just, that's time I'm going to want back on my deathbed. That's how, to me, if a show is so bad that I'm like, at the end of my life, I'm going to think, I could have used that 90 minutes, then, it goes down in my way.
We have about 10 minutes here with Raven. So, Raven, let's get to the big category, which is lead actor in a musical this year. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's not a secret that this was not a great year for musicals on Broadway. There were only 6 new musicals, only 4 are nominated, and there were only 5 revivals, and 2 of them, Mamma Mia and Beetlejuice, were really just stops on tours. They were sort of like, encore runs with new actors. So it just, there weren't a lot of musicals. What can I say? And this category, I kind of feel like I picked the easiest category, because the fact is, when Joshua Henry made his debut as Coalhouse Walker back at Encores in 2024, it wasn't even on Broadway yet, that production of Ragtime. And at that time, people were like, this will be his Tony. I mean, even before it transferred, people kind of felt like there's just no way it's not going to be Joshua Henry's Tony. And, so far, I mean, we don't know yet for sure, but so far things have been going his way. I mean, first of all, the production transferred. It's the first production at Lincoln Center Theater under the new artistic director, Lear de Bassinet, who had directed it at Encores, and she brought it over. And then, he's won many, many awards. He won the Drama Desk for Best Performance in a Musical. Now, at the Drama Desk, we don't divide by gender. So we actually award 2 awards for Outstanding Performance. So he won alongside Casey Levy, who's his co-star in Ragtime. I think she probably will also win the Tony. But yeah, I mean, any other year, I would tell you that Nicholas Christopher was going to win for Chess, because Nicholas Christopher is just a phenomenon. I have loved him ever since I saw him as Pirelli in Sweeney Todd. He was Joshua Groban's understudy. I did not get to see him go on as Sweeney Todd, but people said that he was even better than Groban. And Chess is sort of like the culmination of this talent that we saw growing. He also did, at Encores, he did Jelly's Last Jam. He's just really superb. And like I said, any other year, I'd be like, it's Nicholas's year. It's not Nicholas's year. He's going to have to wait. It's Joshua Henry's year. And then we have the also-rans. We have Luke Evans as Frankenfooter, who does a really nice job of taking a role that is so affiliated with Tim Curry. And I wrote in something that he gives it a bit of a Curry flavor, but he makes it his own. He really does. And he walks very confidently in very tall heels. And then Sam Tutty in Two Strangers is really someone to watch. It's his Broadway debut. He's been with this show since it started in London. He's always played the role, and it's a kind of an impossible role, because it's a man who's, you have to believe, is really naive and also is very nudgy and very sort of needy, but he manages to still be charming. It is not an easy thing to navigate, and he does a fabulous job. So I'm excited to see what comes next for him. And, Brandon Uranowitz's Tata and Ragtime, he's had an incredible journey with Ragtime. He started as the little waspy boy in Toronto when he was like 10. They fired him because, he's not a little waspy boy. And at the time, it was a real setback for him, because this is what he wanted to do as his career. Obviously, he's had a very nice career. He already has a Tony Award. And so playing Tata, which is a role much more aligned with sort of, let's face it, I'm a Jew too, with his ethnicity and just who he is, I think it's been just sort of a reclaiming of the experience of Ragtime for him. But even he said, and this is even before the Tony nominations came out, even he said, like, I will be happy to cheer on my co-star Joshua Henry when he wins. I mean, everyone is, if Joshua Henry doesn't get it, it's going to be an insane upset. Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, I will really be screaming at home. He doesn't win.
No, it's funny, because another critic that I believe is Jonathan sorry, it's David Finkle, is very much a Sam Tutty man. So it's kind of interesting to see. There might be a little bit of a, but we'll see.
I don't think there is. I mean, I think if anyone will give him a run, it'll be Nicholas Christopher. Look, Sam Tutty does an incredible job with, like I said, a very challenging role. But it's, Two Strangers is very sweet. It's very uplifting. Ragtime is very much of this moment. I mean, the real contest is going to be whether Ragtime wins Best Revival or Cats, because Cats is the complete reinvention of a show we all thought we knew. And Ragtime is a beautiful, glorious, heartfelt revival of a show we know. But I do think
of shows that you know, Raven Snook, we have a minute or two left to discuss one or two of the, you may have mentioned them already, but the shows that you loved most this whole season, and they were?
Well, so I did mention two of them. So the best musical I saw hands down this season was off Broadway. It's called Mexodus. It's a 2-person show with Nigel G. Robinson and Brian Quijada. They wrote it, they star in it, they play all the music live, they do all this live looping, and it's a fictional story inspired by a fact a lot of people don't know. I didn't know. They didn't know before they started writing it, that some enslaved people, instead of fleeing north with the Underground Railroad, fled south to Mexico, where slavery was illegal, to try to get away, to try to escape and find freedom. So they write a story based around that, where they also play themselves in parts. It's a really, it's one of those musicals that's informative, it's moving. From a technical standpoint, it's ambitious and impressive, and it's also really just a really great time.
Yeah, you're not the only one to be talking up Mexodus a lot.
It's great, and I'm glad it came back for an encore run. It's running down at the Darryl Roth Theater until mid-June. And then the other one that also has an encore run is Well, I'll Let You Go. It's by Bubba Wheeler. It's directed by Jack Serio. These guys are on either side of 30, and it's this incredibly moving play about a middle-aged widow looking back on her life and sort of reassessing everything through a series of 2-person scenes where because her husband died under sort of weird circumstances, where she assesses or reassesses everything about her life with him and her own life and what she thinks and who her relationships are with. And I cannot believe somebody who was in his early 30s wrote this play. It's really quite lovely, and it's having an encore run at Studio Seaview till the end of June.
Well, I hate to let you go, Raven, but we have...
I can talk forever.
And I could listen forever because you're so informed and informative about theater. So I want to remind people that they can read you at TDF Stages, also sometimes write for Time Out New York. And you do have a website, ravensnook.com, that people can look at and follow.
And you can follow me on Facebook or Instagram. At Instagram, I list all my articles in a link tree.
Well, go find Raven Snook, and we'll find you next year, of course, talking about Broadway with us. Thank you, Raven.
Good to see you. Bye.
On our Tony show, it is June 6, 2026, the day before the Tony Awards tomorrow night, Sunday night, which will be at Radio City Music Hall if you're going in person, or on CBS and Paramount if you are not. Well, I'm Dave Lefkowitz, by the way, hosting the 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By Show. My wonderful wife is here with us, too. We thank Rabbi Sal for his rabbinical reflection. We also thank all the wonderful critics we've been talking to so far. We have many more. Plus, we have Tony-nominated sound designer Brian Usifer coming up, as well as a bunch of other critics talking about the season and the nominees. One of those is joining us as we speak. She is Carey Purcell. I want to tell you that she writes about theater, film, feminism, and healthcare, and she's been published in places you've heard of, including the New York Times, Vogue, Vanity Fair, TDF Stages, Theater Mania. She also wrote a book called From Afra Ben to Fun Home, A Cultural History of Feminist Theater, which was published by Bloomsbury Press in 2019. Won't you kindly welcome back to the Daverhood, Carey Purcell. Hello, Carey.
Hi, how are you?
Great to see you. How was this season for you?
I really enjoyed it. It was fun. A lot of shows I felt like gave audiences permission to laugh and be unapologetically silly. And I think we all really needed that. It felt kind of comforting in a way, like theater really was an escape, which I think we all need.
Indeed. So, first of all, the specific category, in terms of escapism, well, it's about musicals. You chose lead actress in a musical. So, you know what, listen, if you don't mind, can we do them one by one? I'll
Sure.
throw them out, and then you can talk about them. You'll say what you think should win, what you think will win, and if there's anybody left out. So we'll start with Sarah Chase, who's in Schmigadoon.
I thought she was fantastic. I thought she was really grounded. I related to her as a modern woman who deals with the BS of being a modern woman, but who also loves the escape of musicals. And I've enjoyed, with her recognizing what each scene or song was paying an homage to. I thought she and Alex Brightman had really good chemistry, and that their characters grew really well separately and together. And I just thought she sounded fantastic.
All right, so a potential vote here, but there's so many other people in this category. For example, Stephanie Chu in the Rocky Horror Show.
Oh, she was good. This category was just a barrel of riches for us. There were so many great performances this season, and they were so different as well. A really wide variety of roles and shows are represented in this category. Stephanie was, I loved how her character evolved and how subtle she was, given everything that was going on stage in that show, and all of the amazing costumes and hair and makeup and set. I mean, every aspect of Rocky Horror was just really wonderfully realized, I thought. But I kept going back to her because she was doing so much non-verbally. And I could really see her character grow in agency, curiosity and agency sexually. And one thing that stayed with me long after I saw the show was when spoiler alert, when she and Brad are about to leave the castle, she gives the group of people still there this backward glance. And I was thinking, oh, she doesn't 100% want to leave. And she's going to take what happened tonight with her. And I found myself debating with my date after the show if she and Brad would get married and what their sex life would be like, because Andrew Durand also played Brad very well, and that he was a little bit more of a square. He wasn't as curious. So she just really gave a Janet that I'd never seen before.
Nice. All right, so two, as you would say, very worthy contenders for this category, lead actress in a musical. But there's more, including Casey Levy playing the mother in the revival of Ragtime.
Excuse me. She is the person that I think will and should win. I thought she was absolutely remarkable in a role that, in stepping into it, she had some pretty big shoes to fill. I mean, Mary Mazzy's performance is treasured. The actress herself is treasured from the original production. And I think that Casey just, again, subtlety and pacing was such a strength here, because her character did move slowly as she progressed through the show. But I also, with that pacing and subtlety, really caused me to believe in the sincerity of her character slowly evolving from kind of a content, wealthy housewife to a woman who would open her home to a stranger because she viewed the stranger as a human who deserved love and care. I thought she and Brandon Uranowitz had such good chemistry. They'd done shows together before, and they're very good friends. And even just when they're standing next to each other, not saying anything on stage in the second act when they're at Coney Island, I could just see this curiosity between the two of them develop. And just how she said at the end of the show of Brandon's character, she adored him. I'm not going to mimic her because I could not do it justice. But just with those 3 words, you could see how much this person has grown as a woman, as well as a mother and a citizen. And the way that we saw her and father's relationship crumble as the show went on also felt very, very honest and sincere and accurate in how people with just different values will grow apart. And her strength, like, she's always in white or maybe pale pink at one point. She's got sheer layers and lace and big floppy hats, but you could see this woman has a backbone of steel. And oh my God, her voice. She has one of the most beautiful singing voices. And, she sounded amazing in every song. But in Back to Before, I felt like that was a whole chapter, even a short book, communicated just in that one song, as her character vocalized how much had changed and acknowledged that this wasn't repairable.
By the way, so it sounds like Casey Levy is the one to beat and the one that you would vote for, but let's not rule out two other people in this category. Those include Maria Mandell, starring in Titanic in a Celine Dion-ish role. Your thoughts?
I would never rule her out, and if I did, I think she would appear right behind me in a glittering gold gown to tap me on the shoulder and remind me that she's there. That's a remarkable performance too, that she takes, describing it to friends, I've been unable to really put into words the silliness, the camp, but also the love for theater and for that story that you see on stage. And with that cast, standing out comedically is an accomplishment. I mean, when you're on stage with Jim Parsons in that hat, you really have to do the work to stand out. You could just, everything she did was over the top, but none of it felt easy or cheap. Like that was comedy that she really worked to develop. She really worked to make sure it would land and that it was harmonious with the other actors on stage. And again, she sounded incredible. I can't believe she sings those songs multiple times a week. She must be on permanent vocal rest off stage.
Wow. Well, one more person in this category of lead actress in a musical, not to be outdone or outshine, Christiane Pitts in Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York.
Oh, she was great. Another sort of relating to a New York City woman on stage. I really appreciated how she depicted this woman who has barriers up, she has boundaries, completely understand how those develop living here, especially with regards to dating. But she avoided all the cliches that I despise about rom-coms or, Hallmark Christmas movies of how, she just needs the right man to show up and, break down those boundaries and then she'll be fully happy. No, this woman, I knew her life was going to go on and be just fine after she says goodbye to the potential love interest. But the pain that she was in, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but her character's backstory regarding other people who were mentioned but we don't see in the show, all of that felt really anchored, really developed. You could tell she put a lot of thought and work into this character's history. And she and her co-star had a really sweet chemistry. And I'm not a rom-com fan at all, but I really enjoyed this. I thought it was super sweet. And again, just really appreciated a female character in a rom-com who didn't fall into all those cliches that I roll my eyes at.
Now, can I ask you, Carey Purcell, if there were room for one more in this category, is there someone that you would add in?
Oh gosh.
No,
Not
I
off the
won't
top
put
of
you on the
my
spot.
head.
Yeah. Well,
The Tonys are tomorrow, and I'm also planning my menu for my Tony's party with themed cocktails. So,
oh, okay.
um,
What time should I show up? I'm just
well, the pre-show begins at 6. No, 6:30, and the broadcast begins at 8. So anytime after 6.
No, before I let you go, though, Carey, also I do want to ask you, besides some of the shows that you mentioned, the performances that you mentioned, what are one or two of the shows that you liked most this season on or off Broadway?
I really love The Fear of 13. I was kind of shocked it didn't receive nominations. I thought it was very well written. I'm a big fan of Lindsay Ferrantino's writing. I've seen a lot of her work. I thought the leading actors, Tessa and Adrian, were both absolutely fantastic. That was a show that just kind of haunted me when I left the theater. I couldn't stop thinking about it and I couldn't stop telling people about it. Personal plug, I did interview Tessa and Adrian for Vogue, and hearing about their process in creating that show was really fascinating. And I love that it's partnered with the Innocence Project. I love that exonerated former prisoners are seeing it every night. I mean, the opening night bow, someone handed Adrian Brody flowers and he tossed them up to the real life Nick, the inspiration for the show.
Nice.
But to answer your previous question, I really enjoyed Leah Michelle in Chess. I thought, again, amazing vocals. Her character is very tricky. Florence is kind of a cipher. There's not a lot to work with, and I think she did a lot with what was there. And I admittedly wasn't really a fan of the book of the musical, and I thought it limited all of the amazing actors on stage, but I really thought she sounded amazing. I thought she worked very hard with what she was given. And if she had been given a more skillfully written book, we would have seen even more, and she probably would have been nominated.
All right. Well, boy, oh boy, it is so great listening to Carey Purcell talk so succinctly and yet so thoughtfully about all these shows, all these characters. I want to tell people that you have a website, careypurcell.com, Carey, like the Joni Mitchell song, Carey Purcell, 2Ls.com. Also get her book, From Opera Ben to Fun Home, and read her and have a wonderful Tony. Should I bring Entenmann's? What should I?
Bring some citrus, lemons, limes, and oranges as garnishes for the cocktails, because I'm making a thyme bourbon cocktail. That's the thyme warp. And
Are there any other show connected?
Oh yes, a pink gin martini for Becky Shaw. Deceptively pink but very tart. That was also a fantastic show, I thought. There is a cocktail called the Ballroom, which is scotch and chocolate bitters. So for the Jellicle Ball. And for Fallen Angels, another show I really enjoyed, just champagne. It's no coward. You got to have champagne.
Gotta have champagne. Well, corks off to you, Carey Purcell. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for including me. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, Carey Purcell with us in the Daverhood, one of the many, many wonderful writers and critics that we've had on this June 6, 2026, and our 21st annual Tony special show, our special Broadway broadcast of Dave's Gone By.
People were checking in the room, but they got in. It was Todd and
Oh, okay. Any other messages? I see some thumbs up and hearts and things.
No, it's just the people are giving the reaction.
Well, great. So thank you, all of you, for watching. Remember, and there's more show to go. Lots more show to go. We'll be here till about 1:30 with more critics, with more fun. We've got Eva Heinemann coming up. Let me see my list here.
Other awards mean that's probably you.
Well, we did some of them. In fact,
it's Leslie, but it's
other awards just means that I was telling there aren't just the Tony Awards, right? There's all these other awards, and those include the Off-Broadway Alliance Award for Best Musical went to Mexodus. Off-Broadway Alliance is really industry-centric. It's from off-Broadway producers, theaters, general managers, press agents, and marketing professionals. So they liked Mexodus, as a lot of our critics did. For play, they chose Cold War Choir Practice, off-Broadway. For revival, well, these are all off-Broadway, 25th Annual Putnam County Spelling Bee, the William Finn musical. And for solo, Can I Be Frank? They also gave an award for unique theatrical experience to Masquerade, and Legends of Off-Broadway Award to both Peter Friedman and our friend of the Daverhood, Christine Petty. Now, the Outer Critic Circle, of which I am a member, they had their 75th anniversary this year, with Ragtime and Schmigadoon tying for the most wins, 5 each. Broadway play went to The Balusters, Broadway musical went to Schmigadoon, Meet the Cartosians won for off-Broadway play, separate category. Off-Broadway musical went to Mexodus, and then the John Gassner Award for Playwriting was tied between Roe Reddick's Cold War Choir Practice and Bubba Wheeler's Well, I'll Let You Go. Musical revival went to Ragtime, play revival went to Death of a Salesman, and Nathan Lane took an award for lead in a Broadway play. A lot of other outer critics things. And by the way, I think we mentioned this in passing, but Bess Wall won the Pulitzer for Liberation, her play about women's group meeting in the early years of the 1970s of Women's Lib. Runners-up included Nazareth Hassan's Bowl EP and Talene Monahan's Meet the Cartosians. So those are some of the other awards that were given this past season on and off Broadway. But now we move back to our guests. Now we move back to one of the main people on this episode of the show, our special episode, a Tony nominee this year. He's a musical director. He's an orchestrator. Let me share my screen. Share the screen with desktop. He's Brian Usifer, and we're just going to open that up. It takes a moment to open up because everything goes on the iCloud now, and it takes a little more time. Come on.
Wait, why did you do him? You should be doing
Because he was before.
Oh, okay.
We got a little delayed with
Oh,
the
he's left.
trivia
Okay,
quiz,
he's good.
so he got skipped. So, but he's not skipped now. Brian Usifer here in the Daverhood. He is the orchestrator for the revival of the musical Chess. On this great episode of the Dave's Gone By show devoted to Broadway and the Tony nominations, we have an actual Tony nominee. He's Brian Usifer, and just look at the credits on his website here. Music director, pianist, orchestrator and arranger, and musical producer. So this man knows his way around not just keyboards, but around the sound of a Broadway show and the way that the music can bring up the feelings of from a song to an entire show. He has a master's degree in collaborative piano from my alma mater, NYU. And collaborative piano means they actually study not just to be concert pianists, but to work with other musicians and with singers. He has served as the musical director and orchestrator for The Heart of Rock and Roll, A Beautiful Noise, that's the Neil Diamond musical, Frozen and Kinky Boots on Broadway. He is Tony nominated this season for the revival of Chess. So, Brian, your move, congratulations on your nomination. How you feel? Stupid question, but how you feel?
I feel great. It's really, it's really overwhelming, but it's a life-changing feeling. It's really incredible. I'm very excited.
So since the nomination, because you get a lot of work and you're working steadily and so forth, do you feel that it has changed your career, getting the nomination?
I don't know. It's only been a couple weeks. I mean, I think, it's been really nice to hear from people and to have people reach out and just to say, congrats, and I'm excited for what's next. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, again, so working on Chess, one of the things that interests me is that you got the nomination, and yet if you go to the Internet Broadway database, it also lists the original orchestrator. There's Elgers or Elias, I don't know.
Elias.
Elias. So was he involved in this revival at all, or are you just working from some level of his old, or do you just have to credit him because he was the first and he gets credit for that?
Yeah, Anders is, he was the first person that worked on this music with Benny back on the concert album and has been with it the entire time. So Anders is as much a part of the DNA of this music as Benny and Bjorn and Tim are. And so we're both credited for the Broadway show because his work is just part of the fabric of it. And a lot of the things that are in there, come straight from his sort of original work. And then there are lots of things that I had to sort of do from scratch. There are things that I took from his and sort of enhanced. And so, we share credit on the show. The Tony eligibility ended up only being for me, and I don't know why. They did not sort of give a reason, but that's...
Well, can I ask an example of something that you felt you had to do from scratch for this revival of Chess?
Yeah, that's a great question. The things that I've done from scratch for this there's a brand new overture. The show always started, there was like a little prologue in the version of the show that gets licensed that goes into the story of Chess. And of course on the original Black album, it just starts with Murano. So, for this production, for Broadway, Michael Mayer, the director, and I both felt like it should start big and with like a really dramatic statement that would set up the audience for what's about to happen. And it's funny, we went through, I think I came with like 7 different versions of this overture, and some of them were wildly different, some of them were very similar, and Michael and I had a really fun time kind of going back and forth, like, what if it was this, and what if it was this? And ultimately, what we decided is that we wanted to start it with Endgame, which is like the big dramatic sort of, end part of the show. And then segue into our 3 main characters' main themes. So it goes from Endgame into Nobody's Side, into Anthem, into Pity the Child, and then back into Endgame, and then that's how the show starts. And, the curtain comes up and you see the orchestra, and the audience sits there and, gets to listen and watch the orchestra play this overture, which also tells them, the music and the orchestra are part of this storytelling and part of this show. So it does a lot of work by, it's long. I actually was like, can it really be 3 minutes? And Mike was like, yes, absolutely. But people really, they clap for the band, they clap at the end. I mean, it's a really nice like moment in the show to give, the music of the show some love by itself before we start singing.
I am kind of curious, I mean, you being the orchestrator of note on this production, but it's also, like everything in theater, decisions by committee. Are there, I mean, you're working with the ABBA guys as well as Elyers. So, I mean, how much do you feel like I kind of call the shots, or is everything like has to be voted on or something?
Yeah, it's definitely not that. Everybody, in a collaboration, the weight of people's voices change from minute to minute and from moment to, from idea to idea. There might be something that I feel like I'm the sort of main driver, and I'm going to say, this is what I want, and kind of get, everybody on board with that. And then there are times when the director says, this is what I want, or I have to be supportive of the singers or the composer. I mean, being an orchestrator and a music supervisor at the same time, I am kind of the person that gets to, be part of all of those decisions, which is really fun, but that's the word I'll use. But yeah, it's definitely a collaboration, and it really just depends on what it is. But Benny and I were in contact the entire time. I mean, he's amazing, and Tim has been around. So we've developed the show for almost 10 years. So we have a relationship, from all of this time spent together working on it.
Now, I mentioned before we went on camera that not everybody who watches this show is terribly cognizant of Broadway. And even, I've known Broadway and stuff for 30-something years. I'm still a little unsure on something like the difference between a conductor and a musical director, because I obviously they kind of linked. But how are they different?
Yeah, it's funny. In the Venn diagram, they share many responsibilities. A conductor can be a music director, but a music. Let me say that again. A music director can be a conductor, but there can also be a separate conductor and music director. There can also be a music supervisor. There's lots of different ways that the responsibilities get sort of divided up. But working in reverse, the conductor is the person who goes to the show 8 times a week and stands in front of the band and conducts the show, is actually the driver of the bus, so to speak. They're the person that, once the show is open, does the performances and is there 8 times a week conducting the show. The music direction part of the job is very front-loaded in terms of the person that is in rehearsal, teaching the music to the singers, shaping the sound of, the vocalists in rehearsal. And then when they get to, we get to the theater, they often end up being the same person, where they end up just continuing, then they'll rehearse the band, and then we put everything together, and they'll conduct the band and the singers. Again, sometimes it happens where the music director isn't the conductor, but they tend to be. And then a music supervisor tends to be like a 30,000 foot, in charge of the music department in every aspect, while also being as involved in the nitty gritty as possible. But as the music supervisor, I don't conduct the show every night, right? So once the show opens, my job becomes, maintaining the show, going every week or so to check in and listen and give notes. Anytime we do recasting and auditions, I deal with that. I'll be at understudies' first performances, I'll be at, meetings, things like that. But the bulk of the work of the music supervisor is up to opening night, and then it changes after that.
So if you had to pick one of the 3 that you enjoy most, or are you someone who's, thank God I get to do all 3 because I don't have to do just one all the time?
It's really tough. Before the pandemic, I conducted for 9 years straight. I mean, I did that job eight times a week, weekends, holidays, the whole thing. And I loved it. It's really fun. It's really fun to get to perform music and to be in front of the audience and to be with the cast. It's a very engaging job. And I love arranging and orchestrating so much. And sometimes you end up not being able to do both of those jobs from a creative standpoint. Like when you're the music director, you have to be at the piano every moment of rehearsal, paying attention, dealing with the director, dealing with the actors, actually being actively engaged in music directing the show. And so when there's arranging that has to happen and orchestrating that has to happen, that time, it's better to have that be two different people, because then that person doesn't have to sort of be at the piano all the time. So I love the writing and I love the creative part of it. So in post-pandemic times, in shows like Beautiful Noise and Hard Rock and Roll, Swept Away, and now Chess, I've really gravitated more towards the writing, creative part of it and the music supervising. Just because
I'm glad that you mentioned Swept Away. That was the Avett Brothers musical that was on a couple of seasons ago. And one thing I'm kind of curious about is this idea of taking songs that were meant to be pop, folkish pop songs, etc., and making them sound Broadway, but not cheesy, but still pop, but still Broadway. How do you do that as an orchestrator?
Yeah, I actually go all the way back to the lyrics. At the end of the day, it is storytelling, and the words have to make sense. And I have to, as an arranger and orchestrator, understand what the words are trying to say. Because one thing that theater music does really well is the music and the lyrics either are working together or against each other on purpose, right? But they tend to be working together. Sometimes you can have that tension, that there are amazing songs like If I Loved You from Carousel, which, what they're saying is, if I loved you, I'd be miserable and this would be the worst thing in the world. But the music is telling us, obviously, that they're going to fall in love, right? That's really fun and really interesting. And so I go back to the lyrics with all of those shows and just try to understand what the story is that's being told. And from there, I sort of move into what is the basic bones of the music sound like? What's the chord structure? Is it major? Is it minor? Do the chords change quickly? Are they slow? Is it are the harmonies dense or are they open? And try to sort of figure out what that's also trying to say and how it's working with the lyrics. And that part is how we spend most of our time developing shows, in that world of like, maybe it's just a piano and voice or just a guitar and voice. And you're really just making sure that the structure makes sense, and that, in a very bare bones way, it is telling the story and it is feeling like it's furthering the plot. And then when it's time to orchestrate, I have all those conversations again, and I go back to, again, the lyrics and say, well, is this character, does this moment feel like they should be guitar behind them? Should they have strings behind them? Should it be very percussive? Should it feel like it's suspended? Those are kind of all the questions that I ask. And with pre-existing music like Swept Away and, Heart of Rock and Roll, those songs exist and people know them, they understand them. So I have to understand what that is. I have to understand what the DNA of the song is. I'm not trying to like fully rip it apart and put it back together. Although I have done that before with shows, and sometimes you have to do that. You just can't do that with an entire show. And, you sort of hope that you end up in a place where you're like, this really feels like it honors what the original, piece of music was, but we put so much work and thought into the storytelling of it that it actually feels like it's musical theater.
Well, let me also ask, is there a moment in Chess for you, besides the overture that you're obviously very proud of, that it really all came together for you, that from your perspective of the show, of like, this is why I do what I do,
Let's see. I think the one place that I think that really comes to mind is in the first press conference sequence. It's like maybe 15 minutes into the show, we've not heard Leah Michelle sing yet. We have not heard Florence's character sing yet. She's on stage. We've heard Freddie sing. We've heard, we're kind of like easing our way into it. And Freddie is arguing with the reporters and going back and forth. And the tension is rising, and then Florence steps forward and like belts this, smile, you've got your first exclusive story. She's just like, it's so intense, she's so angry at them and so done with them. And I really wanted to make that feel like a pressure cooker that then explodes. And that section of the whole song does sound different than other versions of Chess for that reason, because I really wanted to like highlight Leah's first time singing, but also support it with everything that leads up to it as well, of this like, feeling like the top is about to blow, and then when it does, it really takes off. And so that orchestration there is it feels propulsive and aggressive and gives her this big bed to sit on to sing that.
Well, wow, this has been a percussive and explosive interview here with Brian Usifer. You can see his work for yourself in Chess. You have 2 more weeks to see it at the Imperial Theater on Broadway. Plus, if you want to hear kind of a different aspect of him and his music, he does have an extended play, an EP out that was done during COVID with Colin Donnell. He's doing the vocals there. It's called The 1920, which you can get yourself. So the last question that I do have for you, Brian, and again, thank you so much for such a wonderful commentary here, is you mentioned Carousel, but was there a Broadway, maybe with this one, but was there a Broadway cast album growing up that knocked your socks off, especially in particular in terms of the way it sounded, the way the instruments came together, as with the lyrics and the story?
Yeah, it's a great question. I didn't grow up doing theater at all. I grew up playing, I had classical piano lessons, and then I played in rock bands and jazz bands, and I grew up listening to the radio and Billy Joel and the Beatles and 90s hip hop and crazy stuff like that. And so, I didn't really start to get into theater until I was maybe midway through my undergrad, in my early 20s. And a friend of mine gave me a recording of the last 5 years, the original off-Broadway recording of last 5 years. And I was so obsessed with the sound of that because it sounded, the composition is incredible, the orchestrations are incredible, but it sounded like music in a way that I hadn't connected theater to yet. The things that I had encountered in theater, like I had done like Grease and Bye Bye Birdie and, shows that like, I was like, okay, I get this, but this is not like what I want to do. And then I heard that and I was like, oh my God, these songs are incredible. Like I could really see myself doing music like that in theater. And so that was like a gateway for me in a big way. And then I remember hearing the original cast recording of Sweeney Todd. And that was like, well, okay, if theater is everything from this to that, that is what I want to do with my life, because I don't think I could ever choose between those two things. And I love all kinds of music so much, and it really made me understand that theater has this huge, wide range of musical styles, and that's where I was like, okay, I'm in. That's what I want to do.
Well, all we can do is wish Brian Usifer the chance to do all those different styles in a very, very long career. Congratulations again on your Tony nomination for Chess, and have a great Tony season. And next, and everybody, is Galileo coming in next season on
That's
Broadway.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, you're the orchestrator for Galileo. There's a brand new musical with Raul Esparza and remind me.
Dwight Woods.
Great. So
yeah,
congratulations on Chess. And fingers crossed and hopes high for Galileo. Thank you, Brian Usifer.
Thanks so much, Dave.
Brian Usifer in the Daverhood on our Tony Show. Let's go right to our next guest. We're running a little bit behind. It's 5 after 12 Eastern Time. Now, this is around the time when we usually wrap up our Tony or our regular Dave's Gone By show. But we have so many more guests, so many more critics talking so thoughtfully and sometimes brilliantly about the nominees and about the season in general, and we're just going to keep it coming. So here is one of our very, very favorite people. I've known her for many, many years. She's a theater director as well as a theater critic. You can see her with my good friend Charlie Gross doing Two on the Aisle. She's beloved Leslie Hoban Blake. On the 21st Tony Award Broadway special that we're doing in the Daverhood, we are delighted to have someone who has been with us so many times. You've seen her for like 2 decades now on the theater review show Two on the Aisle with our great friend Charlie Gross. He's also part of this episode, of course, and she has written for Backstage as well as The Hollywood Reporter. She was a former theatrical director for many, many years, and she is the official first and only, at this point, historian of the Drama Desk. So won't you please welcome back to the Daverhood, Leslie Hoban Blake. Hello, Leslie.
Hello, how are you, David?
I
feel like I should have a long white beard and I should be sitting here doing,
like two old Jews talking to
Yes, I should
well,
dial
Leslie,
into
how
the
are
whole
you?
thing, right?
But we would be talking, of course, theater, which is what we do. And you, since you were a director, will be weighing in on the director of a play category. So let's take them through. I can read the whole list, or do you want to just go one by one, or how you want to do it?
Whatever way you'd like to do it. I would like to make an overall statement, though, beforehand.
Go.
Because a couple of years ago, 2024, when I did this, I was very happy because we had 3 female directors in the nominations. And then last year we had 1 female director in the nominations. And now we have 1 female director in the nominations again. And I'm thinking, are we going backwards? I don't know. It's just, there were not that many female directors this year, to be honest about it. Not on Broadway, off Broadway, all over the place, but not on Broadway. But I just wanted to make that statement. So I'm really going to talk about the 4 guys and the woman.
There you go. All right. Well, let's go one by one, and then you'll tell us, of course, which you think will win and which of the ones that you hope will take the prize.
Well, again, I have one more overstatement I'd like to make.
It.
There are no new directors in this group. One director, Whitney White, director of Liberation, is the newest of the directors in that she only has directed 15 plays. That's new by this. And we can go to people like Joe Mantello and Kenny Leon, who've directed over 30 productions. And Sir, not Mr., but Sir, Nick Heitner of Giant, who's done 25. So we've got seasoned professionals out here in the categories this year. That's all I wanted to say. Oh, and Robert Ike is new, and even Robert Ike has 20 productions. I mean, he's new to the nomination.
No, these are not all on Broadway, by the way. I think Whitney White, has she done anything on Broadway yet, or no?
Whitney did she did Liberation off Broadway.
Yeah.
She did Judge's African hair braiding.
Oh, okay, so it's her, she has appeared once. So now we kind of mentioned...
Robert Ike is the virgin at the moment.
Yeah, as a matter of speaking, okay. So let's take them one by one fairly quickly. As you mentioned, Nicholas Heitner for Giant, that is the play about Roald Dahl. In terms of direction, what did you think?
Oh, I thought it was very well directed. It's a simple play. It was well directed, but my son, who was hard of hearing in one ear, could not hear when they sat at the table and faced upstage. Whatever the equipment was, they did not fix it for those who are hard of hearing.
Sure.
I thought that the play was a brilliant play. I think it makes one think. It's a simplistic play. It's based on an opening and closing fact, and everything in the middle, of course, is not part of that. But it's held together by the incredible performance of John Lithgow, and John and Sir Nicholas are great friends, and that's how that all came about. And, you have to give the director credit when there's a great actor in a role and he does a great job. You have to give the director some credit.
Some credit, but it seems like you're hedging a little bit. What about Richard Ike in terms of Oedipus, this modernized episode?
It's Robert Ike. It's Robert Ike.
Robert Ike.
It's okay. You can edit that if you wish. It's Robert Ike. And I love Robert Ike's work. He adapts and he writes. And I came in to this Oedipus expecting it to be Oedipus in modern dress. That's okay. Coriolanus in modern dress. It's a brand new play. I had no idea. I was sitting on the edge of my seat. I mean, I knew how it was going to end, but I was so eager to see how he was going to make it happen. And I think he did a fantastic job. And I, having written and directed my own work, not been in it, but written and directed my own work, love the idea of writing and directing together. So I have the greatest admiration for him. And I think that this, of all of what I've seen of his work, Hamlet and a few others included, I think this is by far the very best. And until Giant came along, until Giant and Death of a Salesman came along, it was my favorite play. It came along in January, and the other two came along way in, April, May. So I had a long time holding on to Ike and Oedipus in one hand, and then...
All right, we'll skip down to Death of a Salesman then from Joe Mantello. Talk about a veteran, yeah.
I've known Joe Mantello since he was a pisher. We were he was in Circle Rep. I was in the Circle Rep Playwright Writers Lab. And I interviewed, he was, I think my second story ever that I did an interview on for Theater Week was Joe Mantello, because he was in a bunch of shows and he was doing all sorts of things and he directed his first play. And I remember seeing him direct his first play, which was written by the guy who wrote Gilbert Grape, whose name escapes me now.
Hedges. Peter, yeah.
Peter Hedges. It came back as I said that. And it was a fantastic play. And I went, how could you know this? It was about two middle-aged women who had been abused by men. And here was this 24-year-old gay guy. And I said, how do you know this? And he said, I don't know. And he was just brilliant then, and he's brilliant now. I talked to him when he did Wicked. I said, well, what's with the flying monkeys? Who knew you had flying monkeys? Where did they come from? You know? And he's just, I think he's an amazing, amazing director, as well as a lovely, wonderful human being.
And just in terms of this
well, in terms of the salesman, he did something that is a dream of every director. He was allowed by the family to go into the archives and go back to every single version of Death of a Salesman that ever existed and combine and make. So although he didn't write it, he did in the same sense as Robert Icke. He put together the show. It's the most wonderful, comprehensive, heart-rending Death of a Salesman I think I've ever seen, and I've seen every one since Lee J. Cobb, since all of them. I've seen all of them. So, I mean, I didn't see Lee J. Cobb live, obviously, but I saw the film. And I got to talk to Arthur Miller about, he had just come back from Beijing where he directed it himself. And he kept saying, I don't understand it. I didn't write this play about anybody but my father. And he said, and everybody thinks it's about them, including the Chinese. He said, in Beijing, they thought it was about Chinese people. And it's true in every country that it works in. So it's a brilliant play, and Joe managed to make it even more brilliant. And the staging was incredible. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. That's why I'm glomming it. We don't have a lot of times. I want to get to the other people in the category. We do have Kenny Leon, or the Bellusters too.
I don't know why he's in this. I don't know why this play and this director are in this category. I'm sorry. I love Kenny Leon. Kenny Leon is a one-time winner. Joe Mantello is a two-time winner of this. Nick Heitner is a two-time winner. You know, Kenny Leon is a wonderful director. It's an interesting play, but they did it in that, what was that other play about the same kind of thing? Eureka Day. Eureka Day did the same kind of thing. And Tracy Letts did the same kind of thing with the Minutes about what it's like to work in a committee and what it brings up in people and how it makes all of the secrets come out. So I was totally, and I love David Lindsay O'Bear, but I was just, and Mary Louise Burke could, live in my house. I love her so much. So I don't know why this play got all of this. I don't know. Okay. Neither the direction nor the play. I'm sorry, left me totally Now, if we get to Liberation, before Oedipus, Liberation was my favorite. And I did not see it off Broadway, so I was blown away by it when I first saw it. And I thought, female director, female content. Oh, I love this. And it's not it's in my top three, but it's not at the top of my top three.
So top of the top is Oedipus or Salesman?
It's both Oedipus and Salesman. I'm still going Oedipus, Salesman, Oedipus, Salesman, Oedipus, Salesman. And I'll tell you before we finish which one I'm going to give it to. I'm going to go my Mo.
Well, we're finished with the category. So the quick question then is, of the shows that you saw this year, besides what we've just talked about, what are one or two of your favorites on or off Broadway?
Both two musicals. Okay. Ragtime on Broadway. Unbelievable. Just gorgeous. Wonderful, wonderful. Everything. Lear de Bessonnet had made it just, I've always loved that show anyway, but she just took it to its essence and made it so fantastic. And just peopled the stage with, it seemed like thousands of actors. She did such a brilliant job. And she brought it from, she used to be the person doing encores before she was at Lincoln Center. And so she pretty much brought the encores production, but on a, and it just fills the stage and it fills your heart and it's wonderful. Mexodus, on the other hand, has two guys who are on stage all the time. And they are doing looping, and they're singing. They wrote their own music, and they're singing their own music. And it's a story I never knew before about the Underground Railroad. Instead of going north, also went south. Right. And by south, it means Mexico. And so here were these these slaves basically going into Mexican territory where they didn't speak the language, and being brought in because there was a sort of an outsider status thing going on. And they break your heart, telling a story about our history that I didn't know, that will never be seen in the Smithsonian if the Orange Man in the White House has anything to say about it. I won't go any more into politics. I know you don't like me to do that. So nobody likes me to do that, but I do it anyway.
So now we have to get back very quickly to whom you think. Yeah.
I think I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go eeny, meeny, miny, Joe. No, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
I said eeny, meeny, miny, Joe is what I said.
So Joe Mantello for Death of a Salesman.
Yeah.
All right, and I do think the voters.
I thought that was very clever.
It was clever. I stepped on your line. I'm so sorry, Les, but it was clever indeed. And
I don't have that much clever left. You know, I like to hold on to what I do have.
Well, if you want to see Leslie being clever week after week or bi-weekly, make sure you watch her and Charlie Gross in Two on the Aisle. You can see episodes on YouTube. And also, are you writing for anywhere? You used to write, of course, for Backstage in these places.
No, I do our little copy. I haven't written for a long time because they're really for me at this point there isn't any place. And those who come along now deserve every little bit of scrappy inch that they can get. They don't need me trying to take any of it away from them. Not that I could necessarily. I don't know.
Well,
but thank you so much for including me. I always enjoy coming to do this. And fingers crossed for everybody on Sunday. You know.
Well, thank you, Leslie, and have a wonderful season, last season, next season, and great times ahead. Thanks so much.
Okay, you too, darling. Come back to New York and see us.
Bye-bye. Leslie Hoban Blake on Our Tony Show live this Saturday, June 6th, 2026. It's our 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By Show. I'm here. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. I'm the producer of the show, the host of the show. That's my wonderful and adorable wife who is doing the sound effects. We have more show for you. Yes, this is going to go later than our usual broadcasts here on Saturday mornings. Remember that you can find all the archives of our older episodes and interviews and skits and sketches and songs at davesgoneby.com. What was that? And our full episodes you will find also on archive.org and Spotify. We started last month putting every single episode of the show up on Spotify, both of the old radio broadcasts as well as all the videos we've done the past 7 years. So check us out, Spotify or archive.org. We also have a YouTube channel, but a lot of our shows are half blocked there because of music rights issues. So really the best place to start is davesgoneby.com and enjoy, because you can listen. We've done 20 previous Tony Award special Broadway broadcasts, and every single, I think we missed one, didn't get recorded, but every single one of them is there for you. So do check them out. Anyway, we have more Broadway and Tony talk for you. On this episode of the show, we've got Eva Heinemann coming up, Joe Dziemianowicz, Martha Waite Steketee, Anne Siegel from Wisconsin, talking about Wisconsin theater in honor of the regional Tony this year. But before we get to that, our next guest, so appropriate since we just did Leslie Hoban Blake, is the founder and co-star of Two on the Aisle. He's Charles Gross, longtime friend of his. I think I went to his wedding, as a matter of fact, so I've known him that long. His kids are long grown. It's just so great to see him develop. He's done his own one-man show as well, and you can also hear him and see him doing his theater reviews on Two on the Aisle. So let me again share my screen with you and bring up my great old friend, Charles Gross, who will be talking about revival of a musical on Broadway this year on Our Tony Show. On this very special Tony Show, an old friend of the show and of mine. Of course you recognize Charles Gross. He has long time been the producer and co-host of Two on the Aisle. Right now, he and our great friend Leslie Hoban Blake are the co-stars of the. She's been on there for like 20 years now, too.
Not quite, but we're getting there.
Two on the Aisle is two critics doing the Siskel and Ebert thing of Broadway and off-Broadway shows, and you can watch it on YouTube and TikTok. Charles will tell us about that. He is also a drama desk voter and a playwright and performer, too. He's going to tell us about that. But before all of it, we want to welcome Charlie back again to the Daverhood and to ask him to talk about one particular Tony category, revival of a musical. Sparse category, but what do you think of the three nominees, Ragtime, Cats, the Jellicle Ball, or Rocky Horror Show?
Dave, as you know, there are three types of musical revivals. There is the traditional revival, where it looked like they just reached back in time and brought it back on stage. And that's not really fair because each director puts his own stamp on each production. And that would be the category for two of the nominations, Ragtime, and they're now calling it Richard O'Brien's The Rocky Horror Show. Then there is the radically revised or rethought musical. And that is where they go with a totally new concept, new staging, new idea, and sometimes it can go horribly bad, as with recent revivals of Cabaret in Oklahoma. But when they get it right, it can be brilliant. And there are two Andrew Lloyd Webber musicals this season that got it right. One is Masquerade. This is an immersive version of Phantom of the Opera. You go from room to room, and you are right there in the middle of the action. In fact, the night I saw it, the Phantom tapped me on the shoulder twice. And if I were giving the Tony Award for Best Musical Revival of the Year, this is the show I would give it to. However, since it is technically an off-Broadway show, although I consider this a Broadway calendar production, it is not eligible. The other revised or revisited show is Cats, the Jellicle Ball. And this reimagines Cats in a gay ballroom. And this is certainly not the Now and Forever Cats that we remember, but it is so creative and so cleverly done that this is a whole next generation Cats. The dancing, the costumes. It does, interestingly, at the beginning pay homage to the original Cats, but this is a very new and very different Cats. The only thing I will warn you is that due to some of the costuming, I would not exactly call this show family friendly. But I would say, go and see it.
Oh boy.
Then there is the Resurrection Revival. This is a show that flopped on Broadway for the first time, but it achieved such a following, and people think, oh, if we only had a second chance, we could get it right. And that happened with Merrily We Roll Along, and this season with a revival of Stephen Schwartz's The Baker's Wife off Broadway. And they tried to do it with chess on Broadway. Did they succeed? Well, Dave, as you mentioned, there are only 3 nominations for Best Musical Revival, and chess is not one of them. Now, audiences seem to disagree because the show is having a run, but the Tony nominators, not so much.
Would you have put, because you're a drama desk voter, you're not a Tony voter, but would you have put chess in this category?
Well, the drama desk also includes off-Broadway musicals. Mm-hmm. So if there were room for it, I would maybe have added it. I don't think I would have.
There is room. There's only 3 nominees in the Tony category.
Well, you're asking for the Tonys. That's different. You said the drama desk. For the Tonys, yes, I would have added it to the nomination. I would not vote for it.
So you were not. Okay, yeah.
I do not think that this revival attained the greatness that we had all hoped chess would attain, but I certainly think it should have been nominated.
Well, now let's get to the one big one in the room.
Yes.
So you're doing these different kinds of revival things, like the whole big revision thing, let's make it pristine like a classic that it is. Where does Ragtime fall in your scale of revivals?
Definitely in the first category, the pristine revival, even though this is a noticeably different than the 2 previous productions of Ragtime, notably the scenery or lack thereof. But this is the Ragtime that we know and love, even though the director has definitely put her mark on it. It is a glorious revival, and in fact, all three of these musicals were beautifully reconceived, and they all deserve their nominations and then some, and I hope they're all hits. But Ragtime is just such an amazing musical to begin with. In my opinion, it's one of the greatest musicals ever written. And for this reason,
wow, okay,
I would say that Ragtime is the show that should win, and I believe it is the show that will win.
Wow, I didn't realize you had that such a strong feeling about it. Because I remember when the original Ragtime opened, and people admired it, but they didn't love it. And I think over the years, people have grown to really, think that it's a greater musical that wasn't just appreciated when it first came out. So you certainly are an appreciator.
I was actually one of the people who did appreciate when it first came out. And then I saw the revival, which unfortunately did not last very long, and I love that one. And then I saw this one, and boy, it's in bowling they would call it a turkey, perfect score.
Well, turkey's maybe not the word you want to use.
Three strikes in a row.
Yeah, I get it. So
in bowling.
Speaking of perfect or shows that you love, besides Ragtime that you mentioned this year, what are one or two of the other shows that opened on or off or even off Broadway in 2025, 2026 that were your favorites of the whole season?
Ooh, okay, well, there were some good ones. There was the revival of The Baker's Wife. I had never seen this musical. Really enjoyed it. Schmegadoo. Broadway does not have a good track record in transporting television musicals to the stage, as witnessed when they tried to do Bombshell last season. But Schmegadoon, wow, I think that will win for Best Dancing.
Oh, okay.
And possibly even Best Musical. I would also say, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, let's see, the Best Revival of, no, not the Best Revival, Best Play, The Ballisters, David Lindsay Bear.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. That was really beautifully drawn characters, a solid story. Even if it's actually not such a strong story, it's what's happening with this neighborhood association, but the characters and the performances, I think that's what will win the best play.
And you're hoping it will. Now, speaking of a play, speaking of a play that people want to see, not only can they watch you and Leslie doing Two on the Aisle, just find episodes on you. What is the YouTube channel, by the way?
The YouTube channel is Two on the Aisle, the Broadway Theater Reviews. Two on the Aisle, Broadway Theater Review. And we are looking for subscribers, so please subscribe.
Charlie is also a playwright, and you're going to be doing a snippet, 5-minute snippet, of your best-known work. So can you tell us when? And this is just a couple of days from now, so please.
Well, this will be on June 10th. Unfortunately, it's not really open to the public per se. But it is the New York City Art is Life Festival for New York City employees, which I do during the day. And we get to show our talent on stage. And this year, for the first time, we are taking it to an off-Broadway theater. We will be at worldwide stages. 300-seat theater. I am so excited about this, and I will be performing a brief portion of how I found an affordable apartment on the Upper West Side of Manhattan without really trying, and I am so excited about it.
So if people are city employees, how do they find out to go to this?
There will be something circulating for that, and you can click on, space is very limited, so sign up. I've got friends and family who will be allowed to come. They allow you a limited at that. Unfortunately, because of the space constraints, I know 300 sounds like a lot, but it's going to fill up very quickly, apparently. So,
well, I wish you absolutely breaking legs doing that on June 10th. Also, of course, continuing for many, many, many years, Two on the Aisle, and you're reviewing. Charles Gross, as always, thank you so, so much for joining us in the Daverhood.
My pleasure, as always.
Such great, great friends, great, great colleagues and people weighing in on this year's Tonys because, of course, the Tonys happen tomorrow night, Sunday, June 7th, at Radio City Music Hall and also being broadcast on CBS TV and Paramount. So every year, this is our 21st time doing a Broadway special broadcast of the Dave's Gone By show. It's 12:30 in the afternoon. We're still going strong, ladies and gentlemen. We're still fully blown up, if you will. And you will. We have one more coming at me. We do, because we have a few more critics to talk to on this episode of the Dave's Gone By show. For more about the show, go to davesgoneby.com. Yikes, too much, too many. And don't forget, we have coming up still Anne Siegel, who is a theater critic out in Wisconsin, going to be talking about the American Players Theater winning the Best Regional Theater Tony Award. And she'll be talking about theater in Wisconsin in general. We also have Thom Geier talking about the category of book, and Joe Dziemianowicz about featured actor in a play, and Martha Waite Steketee, she will take the lighting design category, which is not boring at all. Unlike, it was mentioned before, nobody wants to hear it. Yes. I want to hear about lighting and costume and sound and all those things, and so do you. But before we get to that, kind of our sadder part of the program, because we do like to have the memoriam segment of the show. Now, we're not going to do all the Broadway and off-Broadway people who passed this year, because you can see that on the Tony Awards or look those up. But rather specially, people we either knew or have been on this broadcast. So I want to talk about that with my theater critic, longtime friend, Eva Heinemann. Before we get to that, we taped her segment before we got some more news, and we want to actually dedicate this episode of the show to a good late friend of ours, Marie Kilker. Now, Marie, theater critic out in Florida, and really up to the end, up through February, she was still writing reviews of theater in South Florida. Well, that was years ago, but she wrote for TOTALTHEATER.com, which is my theater website. So you can literally read her reviews up through February of the year. Places like the Black Theater Company that they have out there, and theaters in Sarasota and the Oslo. So do check that out. Marie, as my wife says, we met her through the American Theater Critics Association, and she headed up, this is going back about 25 years or so, a theater critics trip to Paris. If you can imagine having to wrangle a bunch of grumpy American theater critics who haven't slept well because it's an overnight flight, and then we have to go tromping around Paris, and to corral us and to get us to restaurants and get us to theaters. It was a lot, and she did it. And, she was a great lady. I loved her husband, Jim. She used to do all sorts of stuff with him until he passed away a few years back. Marie passed away this week. I don't have her full obit in front of me. I'm presuming. Yeah, I don't know. I think she was in her 90s.
I think she was 93. Her daughter
Oh,
said it.
93, yeah, because Odile texted.
It was Kristen.
Oh, Kristen, the other, but Odile texted me a day or two ago to let me know that she had passed, because I hadn't heard from her. She hadn't been submitting reviews, and so I emailed her a week or so ago, and she didn't write back, which is unusual for her. And so I figured something not good was up. So we do bid our best, our condolences to her family, and our hearts to the late Marie Jean Patron. Thank you for finding that, Kilker.
Her daughter posted it.
Let's see. She was 92, passed away peacefully on June 2nd, and touched countless of students, colleagues, artists, and readers. I'm just going to write. Oh, are my glasses there? Oh, thank you. I'll do this quick. She was especially proud of her Slovenian and Italian heritage. So that was really nice. Graduated from Mandell Cathedral High School in 1950 and got a Bachelor of Arts from Clark College in Iowa. Let's see. She had her master's thesis was The Wreck of Deutschland, seed poem in the flowering of Gerard Manley Hopkins's poetry. Okay, and then she got her doctorate from Southern Illinois University at Carbondale. So, yay. Beloved wife of the late James Kilker, who was a professor himself, emeritus at SIU Carbondale, survived by Kristen, Georgia, and Ondine. I'm sorry, I called her Odile. Ondine, and grandchildren, too. She is remembered extensively, and since the late 80s, Kilker was an active member of the American Theater Critics Association and one of Florida's most respected theater critics. She wrote for Don 411, I'll Say, and TotalTheater.com. Known for her intellectual curiosity, generosity, wit, and lifelong love of storytelling, Marie J. Kilker. So we do miss her. But there's other people we know and miss, and so does Eva Heinemann, who is the host of the TV review program, or theater review program on TV, High Drama. So let me share my screen again so that we can bring Eva Heinemann and her memories and remembrances into the Daverhood for this special Broadway and theater show. On this very, very special Tony-related show of Dave's Gone By, I've got a very special person in my life, a personal friend and a colleague. Her name is Eva Heinemann. She has been producing and hosting the theater review TV show High Drama for over 30 years now. You can watch episodes on YouTube and on Facebook. Plus, she's got a new website where she's pulling all the old episodes on there. So, by the way, she's also a member of the Outer Critics Circle, the American Theater Critics Association, the League of Professional Women Theater Journalists, something along those lines. She's Eva Heinemann, and she's back. Welcome, Eva. How you doing?
Okay, but I have the sad business of talking about colleagues and people that we love who have died.
That's our segment for this year, because we knew some of these people personally, especially you, being in the theater, and they're not only just actors and directors and stuff, but press agents and critics. So we really, really hung with these people. So Eva, get us started. Whom are we remembering this year?
Well, Scotty Bennett and Eddie Rubin were beloved members of the American Theater Critics and Journalists Association. Scotty Bennett was one of those few people who actually reviewed theater for the New City. So Alfie, who works the box office, I happened to mention in passing, he was quite upset when I told him about Scotty, as he actually knows Scotty. And everybody loved Fast Eddie. He'd look out for people, and he took photos of Alfie during his bar mitzvah rehearsal. Every birthday, he'd say he turned 14. So I had no idea how old he was when he died, and I'm wearing one of his shirts. And you introduced me to my idol, Harry Hahn. Whenever our family came to New York City from Dunkirk and we go to a Broadway show, there was Harry's name in the program. And I thought he was Broadway and theater. And never I thought about the New York Times critics. No, it was always Harry. And I'm so proud I got to be friends with him. He had the most wicked sense of humor, as did Eddie, too. But worst of all was losing my longtime co-host, Mark Savitt, of 30 years. There were times we were the only ones keeping High Drama going. Our disagreements on shows were epic. I was Miss Pollyanna, loving happy endings in soap opera and comedies, and he loved grim, gruesome, dark plays. Plus, he loved those pretentious directors like Ivo Van Hove and Jamie Lloyd. But we did agree on some things, and some plays could even make him cry, like Well, I'll Let You Go, or the play itself is also a gem in presenting the experience. Oh, I took a quote from this. Well, I'll Let You Go. The play itself is also a gem in presenting the experience of mourning and as a portrait of a marriage. And he was also much more impressed with this production than any other lauded works on Broadway. And he also cried at Waverly Place, where he wrote, I'm rarely moved to tears, but I was weeping quite often here. He admired Richard Maxwell, Foreman, Wilson, the Blessed Unrest Company, Phoenix Theater Ensemble, Craig Smith and Elise Stone, and Edward Einhorn. In return, the off-Broadway and off-Broadway was very appreciative of him. Oh. And now my favorite shows this year. Raji Joseph had two of them. My favorite was Archduke, which was hysterical. It was about the kid that assassinated the Duke that started World War I. In this play, all he cared about was, having the best sandwich. He was dying of tuberculosis, and all he cared about was a sandwich and having sex with a female finally. And then there was Gruesome Playground Injuries by Raji Joseph. And there's this company from Baltimore called Happenstance. And they're hysterical the way they put things on. They're very theatrical. And Brian Dykstra's Polishing Shakespeare, it was this clever satire against wealthy sponsors of theater companies and the lengths you're willing to go through to preserve your theater and the arts. And there was this great monologue that was against the people like Eva Heinemann and Jamie Lloyd. So I was like, yes. And Shaw's Pygmalion, they did from the Ginglegoot, they used Shaw's actual prologue and the way he wanted to do it. And Michael Urie's Richard II was amazing. Red Bull's Imaginary Invalid and New York Theater Workshop's Tartuffe. And then I found a new theater company in Queens, Zoopraxic. And they're doing a play right now called In the Devil's Hand. And also, we wanted to mention a couple press agents if there's time.
Oh, yeah. So in terms of obituaries and other people, thank you for all those wonderful reviews of shows that you loved this season. But some of the people that we really, really liked and lost this season also include two press agents, one of whom, Jim Baldassar, I just told you about him before we went on the air. Really, really nice guy. And kind of a shock that he died sometime in 25. Do you have any memories of him? You were...
He was my very first press agent, the very first one. And he was also like very encouraging for me to like join the drama league, not the drama league, but the League of Theater Critics, to be more professional and everything. And we both loved cats. So I would talk about Blob, he would talk about Lucky. And he had one of my favorite theater companies that's defunct, Willow Cabin Theater Company. He was very special. And I remember he was very good friends with Swoozie Kurtz and brought her to the Outer Critic Circle once. I just loved him. He was wonderful.
Now you feel about another president the way I kind of felt about your friend Mark Sabat, who didn't like one of my shows. But David Gersten, who passed, another press agent, not the biggest fan of his. I mean, we don't like to speak ill of the dead, but I do, so go ahead.
Oh, no. Look, he was just a very prickly person, and I was just an annoying person. I have to admit it, I'm annoying. I would hard to get me and Mark to go see a play at the same time, and I'd forget to do this, and bad etiquette or whatever. So it's like, he had his reasons to be mad at me, but we always made up, and people who knew him said he was just the sweetest, kindest, most wonderful person. Some people, not everyone can like me, so he just did,
Oh, everybody likes you, Eva. And by the way, I kind of like David Gersten. I never had I was never close with him, but I never had a problem with him.
About him. And a couple of downtown people died this year that downtown people would know very well. It's Augusto Machado. I've got his pin there. And Diana O, also known as Zaza, that, the theater community is just going crazy sad over.
And I do want to bring a farewell to two theater-related people who were on this program over the years and who passed. One of them is Woody King Jr. of National Black Theater, or New Federal Theater, excuse me. And he passed. He got an honorary doctorate from Lehman College and from John Jay for all the work he did bringing Black theater, and Black culture to the fore. And I know this doesn't necessarily count, but Uncle Floyd died this, a couple of months ago, and he was always at the bottom line, and he was constantly doing shows in New York and New Jersey alongside his TV show and bringing really vaudeville and ridiculous, silly sketches and comedy back. So kind of miss Uncle Floyd, too, another friend of the Daverhood. But you are a great, alive, and well friend of the Daverhood, Eva. So glad to see you. I mean, last year you were getting over hip surgery. Now you look fantastic and feeling fine.
Oh, it was my knee.
Oh, knee surgery. Knee surgery. And fine enough that people should go to your new website, drama.org to watch all these hundreds of older episodes of High Drama that you did. But also your main home is still on Facebook, where it's, you tell, please.
Yeah, no, if you want to see written reviews and what's going on in theater and plugs and all that, that's the Facebook page, www.facebook.com/highdramas.com.
And you can put an S on the end, it's highdramas.com.
H-I, I love puns.
High Drama. Well, Bye, Eva, and thank you so much for joining us once again, my friend in the Daverhood.
My pleasure as always.
Just some really, really delightful people here in the Daverhood. I'm still sharing my screen because we're going to go rolling to our next person to talk to on our very special Tony broadcast. This is a man who wrote many years for the Daily News in New York, and now he has been writing in a bunch of other places and about the theater very specifically in, let's see, I've got to read this here if I can do it, not like New York Theater Guide, excuse me. It's Joe Dziemianowicz. Let's load him up and hear what he has to say. Come on, open it up. There we go. Nope, I did that wrong. Oops. See, after afternoon, I start to lose it. I start to get a little tired and hungry and stuff, but it's like, we'll get there. We'll get there. Keep watching. Here's Joe. On our 21st Tony special show, delighted to have back a friend of the Daverhood, a man who wrote for many years for the New York Daily News, and now he's a feature writer and theater critic for New York Theater Guide. Plus, you can read him in Newsday, too, and a bunch of other places. He's Joe Dziemianowicz. Looking great, Joe. How are you?
Very good. Thanks very much.
And Joe is joining us to talk about one particular category of this year's Tony Awards, featured actor in a play. Going to read them out to you. It's Christopher Abbott in Death of a Salesman, Danny Burston in Marjorie Prime, Brandon J. Durden in Waiting for Godot, Alden Ehrenreich in Becky Shaw, Ruben Santiago Hudson in Joe Turner's Come and Gone, and the one and only John Boy Richard Thomas in The Ballusters. So, Joe, welcome back, and what are your thoughts on the category?
Well, I think the fact that I wanted to talk about this category, you could tell, with 6 nominees, you could see it was a deep talent pool. I think it's the only acting category with 6 nominations. I think there are a couple design categories that have 6 as opposed to the typical 5. And, I feel strongly that this is a category. I think there's going to be a lot of tight races. I think over the night, but I think that in this category, I think the actor who will win should win, and that's Alden Ehrenreich from Becky Shaw.
What makes him special? Why him?
Well, he's a movie actor. I think a lot of people will know him from movies like Hail Caesar and more recently Weapons. And he's making his Broadway debut in the Broadway premiere, but it was ultimately a revival of Becky Shaw, Gina Gianfrido's play about bad behavior ultimately. And he turns out is really great at bad behavior. He plays a man named Max who lives to the max to be an equal opportunity offender. He's a financial whiz, but he's also beneath the bullying exterior is just riddled with his own insecurities based on his own past, and that becomes clear throughout the course of the play. It's a really terrific revival, and he's really, really great in this part. I had seen this the first time around when it ran off Broadway, and the play didn't hit it quite as hard. I think, this is, quite frankly, it's a perfect cast, and in a perfect cast, he really stands out. So, it's kind of great when you have somebody who's established, from screen, who seems to settle into stage just pretty seamlessly, reading stories and review profiles of him. He's saying he sort of felt like he was learning every night, and it felt like, oh golly, the night that I saw you kind of aced it. So my enthusiasm for him doesn't detract from the other actors at all. I mean, Christopher Abbott is giving a terrific performance as Biff, in a particularly, it could be a tricky role in Death of a Salesman, and he's up against 2 premier actors, Nathan Lane and Laurie Metcalf, and that he manages to really find his own Biff is quite amazing. The other, Danny Burstein, turning in yet another great performance in Marjorie Prime as a dutiful husband and son-in-law in sort of a look into sort of an unsettling future and the future of AI and the place of AI in that. Who else do we have in that? Ruben Santiago Hudson as Bynum in Joe Turner's Come and Gone. Sort of Bynum, I think people who've seen this show before, it's been on Broadway not so long ago, the Conjure Man, and he really has a way with August Wilson's language. He's terrific too. I skipped over, I believe, Brandon J. Durden in Waiting for Godot. I'll say it Godot. As Pazzo, completely domineering Pazzo, but as we know, as we watch the play, Tables Are Turned, he's really terrific. He's always good on stage. And Richard Thomas, I mean, here's an actor who, as you say, you remember him like I do as John Boy, but he's been around and working steadily, working strongly, playing sort of in the balusters, the keeper of tradition in this neighborhood, who wants his picture perfect view and nothing to obstruct it, and everything that comes with a picture perfect view. And as you might expect, it gets deeper than just what the leaves on the trees, but the people that we see. It's a really interesting performance. But again, I think Alden Ehrenreich is going to walk home with a Tony.
Well, you've made that point with picture-perfect clarity, Joe Dziemianowicz, but I have another quick question or two for you before we let you go. So I am kind of curious, what are one or two of the other plays or musicals on or off Broadway that you saw this past season that are your absolute favorite?
Yeah, I think two that have kind of stayed in my head buzzing, two musicals, one on Broadway, one off, for completely different reasons. Schmigadoon, a show that was on a musical from the TV show, and the TV show I didn't finish the first season. I didn't, and then when I got to the theater and saw Schmigadoon on stage, it works perfectly. And this is an homage to the Golden Age musical. I was talking to a friend about it the other night, a fellow critic, and she put it perfectly. She said, "No notes," and that's how I feel about that show. The other show that I really liked was an off-Broadway musical called Mexodus. It was sort of about a lesser-known underground railroad. Completely different. It's everything Schmigadoon is not. If that's in celebration of the Golden Age musical, this is this very experimental piece, hip-hop musical that finds its own rhythm, finds its own musicality, and it's a really, really interesting piece.
So, one last question, though. Speaking of interesting pieces, Joe Dziemianowicz, what was the very first show that you ever, either on Broadway or just ever, live show that you recorded? Yeah.
My first Broadway show was 1979. It was the Grand Tour with Joel Grey. I don't know that it turned out to be a giant hit, but, at that point I had already fallen for theater and had done high school theater. As goofy as that is, but that is, everybody has their first, and that was my first, so it has a special place for me. Well,
you have a special place for us, Joe, and you always take a grand tour with us of the Tony. Can I do more segues?
There you go.
I want to remind people to read you, most especially in New York Theater Guide. Look for Joe Dziemianowicz. Don't make me spell it. It's Dziemian. You'll find
something like that.
Yeah, the guy at New York Theater Guide. Joe, I wish you a very, very happy end of season and brand.
Yeah, have fun at the Tonys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye, Dave.
Bye-bye. Here on the Dave's Gone By Tony special Broadway show. We're nearing 1 o'clock. It isn't quite 1 p.m. yet. But we're going to probably go till about 1:30 because we still have some wonderful theater critics to talk to all about these different categories, all about the past Broadway season, because, of course, tomorrow night is the Tony Awards. So, by the way, if you've been enjoying this show, write to me, davesgoneby@aol.com. davesgoneby@aol.com. And that is the email address. I'm going to remind you guys one more time, in case you missed it earlier in the show, that if you want to win a copy, you know what, I'm going to stop share for a minute and so we can show this properly. If you want to win a copy of the Tony-nominated revival but really new adaptation of Oedipus by Robert Icke, we have one to send to you, to one lucky winner of our contest. And the contest is pretty simple. I'm just going to ask you to send me an email, and in that email, you're going to mention two things. One, the name of a Broadway theater, any of the Broadway theaters. Two, the name of any off Broadway theater or theater company. So you can put those two in an email address to me, davesgoneby@aol.com. AOL.com. You're going to add your name, your email address, and your snail mail address, because if you win, we're going to send you the book. Now, you have only until midnight tonight, June 6th, Saturday night, to get this to me, and we'll choose one winner at random who will win Oedipus. So again, Dave's Gone By, DAVESGONEBY at AOL.com. Dave's Gone By at AOL.com to win a copy of the book. Well, let's keep the show going for a bit longer, because we've got more great people, smart people, and people who really love the theater and can talk about it, even a category that you might not find initially all that is exciting, is like lead actor in a play, or best play or best revival. What about the design categories? We've talked to Brian Usifer, an orchestrator, a musical director. Those roles are just as creative and exciting, and so is lighting design. And that's why today's June 6th, yes. Lighting design, that we have with us Martha Wade Steketee. Now, she has credits for years, including doing a lot for the American Theater Critics Association and the foundation of the American Theater Critics Association. And she has a website called Urban Excavation, where you can read her theater reviews. So, without further ado or a don't, let's get back into it with lighting design and Martha Wade Steketee. On our annual Broadway special edition of the Dave's Gone By show, I'm delighted to welcome a new person into the Daverhood. I mean, she's not a new person. She wasn't born this week. She has actually been doing theater for quite a long time. You're welcome. Hey, I can be a little resentful. She is a Harvard graduate, and Harvard won't even let me in. But, gotta love her, because she has been a Drama Desk nominator for many years. She's also a former chair of the American Theater Critics Association, and is now also running the foundation wing of that organization. And most importantly, she created and writes theater criticism for urbanexcavations.com. That is her website, and where you can read her. She's Martha Wade Steketee. Welcome to the Daverhood, first of all, Martha.
Why, thank you, Dave. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for pronouncing my weird Dutch name correctly.
Makes sense. Now that I've pronounced it correctly once, I can pronounce it wrong the whole rest of the time.
No. It'll stick in there. So thank you for inviting me.
Oh, so glad to have you, Martha, and glad to have you talking about a design category. Most people opt for actor or book or musical, but you're going for lighting design of a play, and I'm sure you have very good reason, things you want to talk about. So let's go through the nominees one by one and see how you feel. For example, Isabella Bird, lighting Dog Day Afternoon. Go, Martha.
Well, Isabella Bird. So Dog Day Afternoon is a stage adaptation of the 1975 film that some of us remember. And what Isabella does, and she's lighting, you have to talk about the set designer along with the lighting designer. She's lighting a set that's slightly askew and kind of angular and noir-y that was developed by Corrins, I believe, David Corrins. And it sometimes feels like a Sunday comic noir event. Sometimes it's what I'm very impressed by and what I love about lighting, it's not necessarily a theater lighting. It's not necessarily the big rock musical lighting, although we get plenty of that. Much is more, right? Light much and more. What Isabella is expert at is lighting in darks and bright lights and creating shadows. And so I'm a big fan of Isabella. This isn't necessarily my favorite of all the nominees, but I'm a big fan of Isabella's work.
And you appreciate that she deserved to be nominated for this category?
Absolutely.
Well, what about Natasha Chivers for Oedipus?
Yeah, this is another one where I liked her work very much. This is a British production that came over. this is an adaptation of, it's hard for me not to talk about the plot itself because we're lighting a story in the, we're basically in the back room of an election office that has now been, it's election night, and the Oedipus family, it's an updated adaptation of Sophocles' original, in contemporary times is awaiting the results of a mayoral or some kind of leadership election. It's never stated what kind of election it is. And the lighting that Natasha does here is sometimes a lot of it is overlit office stuff and carefully selected, detailed, nuanced illuminations of some very special performances that I'm still haunted by. Leslie Mandeville's performance in this, much more than Mark Strong's as Oedipus. It's just, yes. So it's hard for me to extract it all, but it's, yes.
Well, how did you feel about Stacy DesRosiers or DesRosiers, Joe Turner's come and go on lighting?
She did a great job. I'm a big fan of her work. She works a lot off Broadway. We've honored her with the Drama Desk Special Award a couple of seasons ago. Maybe it was just last season, because she lit 3 or 4 shows that season that we all loved. This was to me, an example of serious competence. She was a very competently lit.
Okay.
Show.
I feel the hesitation there. I get that.
No, I'm balancing. There's some I loved more than others. That's all.
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, you've got the same person nominated for 2 different shows this year, 2 different Broadway shows.
Yes.
Heather Gilbert, both for Bug and The Fear of 13. Is she going to split the vote? How do you feel about both shows with her lighting?
Yeah, she might split the vote. I think a couple of the other plays, and especially Death of a Salesman and Oedipus, might just overwhelm every category. Both of these plays are kind of psychological plays in different ways. And Bug has a set that kind of explodes on itself, and you devolve into the world of paranoia that these 2 characters live in. A wild ride, this play, and her lighting was great. But she was basically lighting a hotel room and supporting this psychological, explosion.
Well, meltdown. But it was all in one room, though. But what about Fear of 13?
Room. And Fear of 13 was more where it also was psychological, and you're hearing the story of a person who becomes, we were talking earlier about my husband being a criminologist. It's a criminology story. You know, this is a guy who makes all the wrong choices and ends up in prison and tries to get out. And your Adrian Brody is telling the story of this person. So it's a long monologue with plus, with some additional detail to other people and stuff. But basically, it feels like a long monologue. And her lighting is a bit like what I was talking about Isabella's. There's a lot of intentional murky shadows that people emerge from and exit out of that are very effective in this one. So murky shadows, there you go.
Well, it sounds like you've been holding back from what might be your favorite, along with Oedipus, The Death of a Salesman lighting by Jack Knowles.
Death of a Salesman lighting. And this, again, it's hard to talk about the lighting without talking about the set. And who designed the set? But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I could flip it, but the name is not coming to me immediately. But the set design, Joe Mantello directs this classic American play and does a couple of really amazing things. One of which is working with this set design that's a cavernous. It's one of the best uses of the Winter Garden I've ever seen because it's just a huge barn of a theater, and this is a huge barn of a set that really works. You are in I don't know, it could be an underground car park, but there's only one car that comes on and goes off at the end. and the rest of the play occurs on set pieces that are brought in and out, so a kitchen table or whatever. And this again is shadows and light. I don't think, as I think back on this play, of colors. I think of black and white. So it's shadows and bright illuminations and things suddenly appearing, and it expertly frames his lighting expertly frames the story that's being told.
So if you, well, you are not a Tony voter, but you're a Drama Desk voter. So what did you throw your vote behind? Was it?
I voted for, it was Jack Knowles, and that's the one that won for us. But that is certainly not always the case for me,
Speaking of winners, Martha Waite,
yes.
Steketee, so while we still have a minute or two with you, I want to ask you, it sounds like you really loved a couple of these shows. Were there one or two other productions on or off Broadway this season that, you loved?
That I really loved? My favorite, yes, off Broadway, and this just keeps having life. There's a show by a young playwright named Bubba Weiler called Well, I'll Let You Go. It had a production in Brooklyn much earlier in the season, and it moved to the space that is now called Studio Seaview, but it's Second Stage Theater's old off-Broadway space. So it's on 43rd Street. And it's a glorious reflection on, there are secrets and family secrets, but it's also about grief. Yes, it's just a gorgeous piece.
Yeah, a lot of people have really commented on that. And one other that you...
that I haven't mentioned. I guess one of the things I wanted to underscore, I think I alluded to before, it's the performances in two plays that are usually subservient to the title character. So we have in Oedipus, this adaptation by Robert Icke, the character who plays Jocasta, the woman who plays Jocasta, and the character who's Leslie Manville. It was a haunting. It was, I have to say, past tense, haunting, gorgeous performance that should deserve all the why am I bad? It's Laurie Metcalf's performance as Linda in Death by
Salesman. Yeah,
it is extraordinary. You see Linda in a way, and it's not that she's upstaging, but she finds notes and there are dimensions to Linda and the balance of their relationship that I have never seen before, and how Linda is portrayed, and it's really lovely.
Well,
so
it has been lovely talking with Martha Waite Steketee. Be sure to read her at her website, urbanexcavations.com. Thank you for excavating all this information and these feelings and thoughts about the categories of the Tonys this year, and we hope to see you next year too. Thank you so much for being with us on our Tony Show.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for asking me, Dave. Bye.
So it's a little bit after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I should have started. Oh, look how spiffy I look. Well, I should have started the show like this, but this is just to give us a boost of energy. We're now 4 hours in with a little bit more to go of our Broadway Tony special. It's the 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By Show. We're live on Saturday, June 6th, 2026. I'm not sure I still have this on from the Memoriam segment. That's gotta go off there. The balloons are still flying, ladies and gentlemen. We're still excited about the whole Broadway theater season, as well as the Tony Awards happening tomorrow night at Radio City Music Hall in New York. Well, are we done? No, we're not done yet, my friends. We still have a couple of people to talk to, and delighted especially to bring this old friend. Speaking of the American Theater Critics Association, my phone is charging. speaking of the American Theater Critics Association, we have someone that I met there, and she wasn't even in Wisconsin back then, but she spent quite a few years there now. Her name is Anne Siegel, and she writes for Shepherd Express, and she writes, of course, for TOTALTHEATER.com about various theaters in and around Milwaukee and Madison sometimes. Well, this is a big year for Wisconsin theater because it's the first time they're getting a Regional Theater Tony Award, which is the award is recommended by the American Theater Critics Association, and then the folks at the Tonys generally accept that recommendation, and that's to whom they give the award. Anyway, Anne wants to weigh in on the American Players Theater winner of this year's Tony, as well as theater in Wisconsin overall over the year. So we're delighted to have with us in the Daverhood once again my good friend Anne Siegel. And remember, you can read her in TOTALTHEATER.com, of course. Returning to the Daverhood from the heart of the country, someone that we have a great heart for, is theater critic Anne Siegel. And we particularly wanted to talk to her today because the Tony Award for Regional Theater is going to a company in Wisconsin. And amazingly enough, not Milwaukee. This is a place more than half an hour away, Spring Green, Wisconsin, which has a theater there called the American Players Theater. Well, I mean, because Anne Siegel writes for Berkshire Fine Arts, TheaterCriticism.com, Third Coast Review, Shepherd Express, and my own website, TotalTheater.com, who better than to discuss Wisconsin theater and American players specifically than Anne Siegel. Anne, welcome back. Talk to us.
Hi, Dave. It's me. Just wanted to say hello from Wisconsin and also to point out that this is a very exciting moment for the state theater scene because Wisconsin has never won a regional Tony Award until this year. And as I mentioned earlier, the cities both above us and below us, Minneapolis and Chicago, have won a handful of awards in the past. Minneapolis has 4 awards, and Chicago has a total of 7, which is the most of any city in the country. And there, of course, various other states have their awards. But yes, it's very unusual that the award is not being given out in our, metropolitan area, but in a very small rural town with a population of about 1,500 people. And they attract more than 100,000 theater goers every summer to experience theater both in the Hill Theater, which is 1,100 seats, and inside in a smaller indoor theater called the Touchstone, which is about 200 seats. And they do their plays in rotating repertory. So what they're doing, and what I will experience at the end of June, is over a weekend, I'll be able to see 4 plays in 3 days. So I'm seeing 2 outdoors, 2 indoors, and they focus on the classics. So there'll be a mix of Shakespeare and Chekhov, as well as some contemporary plays.
So are you very fond of this theater? I mean, you think it is great that this particular representative of Wisconsin theater is getting the Tony this year?
Absolutely. In fact, I kind of got the ball rolling many years ago when I pitched the idea of having a theater critics conference in Spring Green to the members of the American Theater Critics Association. And out of that discussion came a conference in 2018 where about 100 critics from all over the country came to Spring Green, could check out what they're doing. And it should also be mentioned that the American Players Theater has been around for almost 50 years. So it's not a flash in the pan. I mean, it's really grown over the years, and people in Wisconsin are very proud of it.
Can I ask you what are some of the most memorable productions for you that American Players has done over the past couple of years?
Well, now you're going to be playing into my Shakespeare favorites, because I used to be the critic in Ashland, Oregon, home of the Oregon Shakespeare Festival. And so I've seen the entire canon of Shakespeare plays. And like most people, I go with the favorites: Macbeth, King Lear, Romeo and Juliet, As You Like It. So I always am eager to see what they're doing with Shakespeare. And this year, they are doing As You Like It, which is a very fun comedy. So definitely looking forward to that.
I assume it's for pretty wide, broad audiences, and they don't take a lot of weird liberties like the New York Oedipus is doing this. I mean, there are different ideas at play, but it's a fairly, I don't want to use the word stead, but I will, stead production of what they do of Shakespeare and Chekhov and the like.
Yes and no. I mean, it definitely is geared for a mainstream audience. Very much appeals to young theater goers who may not have ever seen a Shakespeare play, as well as directors who've been professors of Shakespeare at fine universities across the country. So it kind of bridges the gap. And especially in the outdoor theater, they when they say they're doing the classic, it's going to be classic. So if it's Shakespeare, you're going to be sitting there for at least 3 hours, but you're going to see the whole thing start to finish. And it's very exciting what they do up there.
Now, speaking of exciting, you see other things in and around Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee area, Spring Green, and also, I guess, towards Madison. So what are some of the other companies that maybe Tonys in the future should pay attention to?
Oh, that's a good question. Certainly, before we get to Milwaukee, I will mention Forward Theater, which is in Madison. And there's a lot of cross-pollination between theaters, both between Madison and Milwaukee and Chicago. So we've got a lot of people who do the circuit. We see them in all of the different theaters. And so there's Forward Theater in Madison. And then, of course, Milwaukee is the home to many companies, like the Milwaukee Chamber Theater, Skylight Theater, and a host of younger companies, including one called the Constructivists, which is a younger company, and they veer toward the dark arts. So you don't know what to expect from them, but it's usually going to be R-rated, and that's okay, because, whatever.
Not something
your boat. Yep.
you expect from like the Cheesehead area of the country.
No. Oh no, we do very daring theater, and of course we have a lot of audience disclaimers about what is coming up, whether it's gunshots or certainly language and adult situations, etc. So when people go, they should know that what they're in for, and whether they should, take grandma or the kiddies.
Now, one other thing I want to ask Anne Siegel before we let you go is you sometimes go to New York as part of what you do as a critic, but New York comes to you guys because you've got the Marcus Center bringing in all these touring things. What was like your favorite incoming touring show this past season?
Well, next week we are getting our first tour of the musical And Juliet, which is still playing on Broadway. And I saw that in Chicago. I often go down to Chicago to review the tours because they usually go there first. So I've seen And Juliet on Broadway. I've seen it in Chicago, and I'm very eager to welcome it to Milwaukee next week.
Well, we eagerly have Anne Siegel back in the Daverhood, talking theater, talking Wisconsin. I want to remind you that you can read her, gotta name these all now, Berkshire Fine Arts, theatercriticism.com, the critic for the Third Coast Review, and for Total Theater. Come in for Shepherd Express. Did I get them all?
You did good, Dave. Shepherd Express is in Milwaukee. That's the only thing I'll add to that.
Shepherd Express.
That's
no, because I will say we love
alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I will say we love Shepherd Express on this show because they have that column there, News of the Weird, and we go through it and do it on the show. But nothing weird about loving Anne Siegel. Thank you for being with us again in the Daverhood.
Thank you, Dave.
So, another wonderful critic, so well-spoken, so thoughtful, and so into theater. Even though it's not New York theater. You know, wherever you are around the country, you don't have to be a New Yorker to watch the Tony Awards, to get into learning about plays and musicals, because a lot of them will come around the country to tour, or they might be recorded for public television, or occasionally in other places, or Broadway HD. So, you know, if this show has gotten you kind of interested in something that maybe you weren't that interested before, follow it. And really come to love the theater that we all do. Now, we do have one more guest in the Daverhood before we finish this 1035th episode of the Dave's Gone By Show on this Saturday morning or afternoon, June 6th, 2026. So, and that is, and certainly not last but not least, because he's going to be taking a major category here. Thom Geier, who writes for Culture Sauce, or culturesauce.com, has book of a musical. You know, we think of a musical, the songs, but of course there's more to it than that. Somebody is not just stringing these songs together, but telling a story that incorporates the songs in a beautiful way. That is book. What we used to call libretto, now they call it book of a musical. And so our final and delightful guest in the Daverhood is Thom Geier of Culture Sauce. Let's hear him throw the book at book. On this super special episode of the Dave's Gone By Show, where we are celebrating the Tony Award nominations and Broadway, we are delighted to bring in a brand new friend of the Daverhood. He's Thom Geier. Now, you read him for years in Entertainment Weekly. He was actually the theater editor there. Also, he was the longtime editor of The Wrap, but now he is the writer and creator of a fairly new website called Culture Sauce, and that is, of course, where you can read his many, many theater reviews. So, Thom Geier, first of all, good to see you. Welcome, brand new person in the Daverhood. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Most honored and delighted, especially since you'll be taking a category of the Tony nominations and talking about it with me. So you chose to do book of a musical, and it's kind of a paucity year because there aren't that many of them. So we'll just go one by one. The first is Jim Barn and Kit Buchan. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I think
it's Buchan.
Buchan. Kit Buchan. With two strangers carry a cake across New York. So, first of all, your thoughts, Thom, on this one?
My personal favorite of the books of all of these shows, what I would vote for if I were a Tony voter, is Two Strangers. It is the only musical in contention in this category, and I think in Best Musical, that is not based on a movie or TV show or other IP that exists elsewhere in the universe in other forms. And I found it an utterly charming update on classic rom-coms. And to tell a story with just two characters that even has an intermission and keeps us engaged all of that time is really an achievement that I think is worth celebrating here.
Oh, all right. So that is your choice. Do you think you'll get the nod from the Tony voters?
I suspect not, although I think this is kind of a toss-up category because it's hard to know how the voters are going to go with, as you say, the paucity of really strong contenders here. There's not one standout, and in fact, in another year, I suspect that a lot of these shows wouldn't even get nominated. But this happens to be a year in which we've got a kind of a weak category, and
let's look at a couple of the other contenders in the category. We'll see how weak you think they are. There's Ty Blue, Marla Mandell, and Constantine Russoli for Titanic, which moved from Titanic, which moved from off-Broadway to Broadway. Fun show. pretty minor. Your thoughts?
It is a fun show. It is pretty minor. I thought in many ways it played better off Broadway, where it didn't have to, fill up a gigantic St. James Theater and sort of blow itself out. I mean, it's very much a kind of off-Broadway, seat of your pants, pulling things together with, jokey costumes and jokey props that aren't supposed to be Broadway-ish. I think there's going to be a kind of sentiment here to reward Marlon Mandell in particular in some way, and so maybe this might be a way to do it for fans of Titanic. I can't see it getting a lot of Tony Awards in any of the other categories in which it's nominated, but I think it's ultimately probably too slight to cross the finish line here.
Now, the opposite would be, and I think maybe the favorite, would be The Lost Boys by Chris Hawke and David Hornsby. Your thoughts? Because that show's gotten a bit more love as the weeks have been progressing.
It's kind of surprising, the love for The Lost Boys, because it kind of falls into that, based on a movie category that has not fared quite as well with the Tony voters in recent years, particularly since The Lost Boys was a successful movie. A lot of the more successful adaptations from screen to stage have been shows like The Band's Visit that haven't been as well known and really kind of thrive in a new medium. Where I think David Hornsby and Chris Hawke succeeded was taking a really trifling, not very good Joel Schumacher, teen schlocky movie that ran, I think, less than 90 minutes, and turning it into a 2.5-hour film that had a lot more depth, a lot more character development, and a lot more heart in some ways than I think the original movie did. And that's where I think I think that is an achievement worth recognizing and might be enough to push this one over the finish line.
So in this case, you really think the nomination at least is deserved, even if you prefer Two Strangers?
Absolutely. It's absolutely deserved, because I think, as an achievement in book writing and taking a somewhat thin movie and actually improving upon the source material, I think that's a huge achievement.
Now, what about Schmigadoon? I mean, you seem to slight things that are based on other media, but it's not like they just bring an entire 8-hour series to Broadway. So your thoughts on Schmigadoon, which is by Cinco Paul, by the way.
So Cinco Paul was also the creator of the Apple TV series Schmigadoon, and it is no small feat to take the 8 hours or so of the first season of that show and condense it into a stage musical. He also did the score and not only lifted a bunch of the songs from the show, but also wrote a whole bunch of new ones. So there is there's a challenge to kind of adapt material into a different format, into a different length of time, and to make it all work. And I think Schmigadoon works. He added a whole bunch of new jokes. He condensed plot lines. I suspect this show and The Lost Boys are kind of neck and neck for Best Musical, and I suspect they're going to align. Voters are going to split their votes here. I have a sneaking suspicion that Schmigadoon may have the slight edge for Best Musical, and therefore may have the slight edge in this category as well. But I could be completely wrong here.
I compare it to the year when Avenue Q was up against Wicked, and people were kind of shocked that Avenue Q had a little, ended up taking the inside track on it. And Avenue Q was quite wonderful, but so is Wicked. So, the one is the really crazy, like, oh my God, I can't believe this is on Broadway, and one is just like a big, like, splashy, real Broadway tuner. But before we let Thom Geier go, I did have one other question for you, especially since you're brand new to the Daverhood here. What was the first show that you ever saw?
I don't know that it was the first show that I ever saw, but it's the first show that really made an impression on me. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, which has some very good regional theaters, the Great Lakes Theater Festival, which was, when I was growing up, called the Great Lakes Shakespeare Festival. And they mounted the first regional production of Nicholas Nickleby, which was one of the very first, like, two-part, you go consecutive nights or matinee evening. And it was mounted literally months after the Broadway production closed with an entirely local cast. And I just remember being mesmerized that theater could do that, could keep you engaged for that stretch of time and fully engaged and take a great work of literature and bring it to life before your eyes. And I think that's partly when I first fell in love with theater.
Well, you are the kind of writer and person, obviously, who takes works of art or attempts at works of art and brings them to life before our eyes. It's been absolutely a pleasure having Thom Geier in the Daverhood with us on our Tony Show. Remember, please go to culturesauce.com, culturesauce.com. I'm going to be checking it daily now. Thank you, Thom.
Thank you, Dave.
Here live on June 6th, 2026. Woof. Yes, I've come through the marathon, ladies and gentlemen. The last final guest, so many wonderful guests on this episode of the Dave's Gone By Show, our Broadway special. Woo! Yeah, I can get rid of this here too. Yeah, baby. Yeah, there it is. But can't quite go away before we thank so many folks. Thank you for the glasses. First of all, thank you to my darling, adorable, and amazing wife, who blew up all these balloons, who helped me put up this, and who just got me through the last 4.5 hours. I shouldn't complain. We've done a couple of Tony shows that were 6 or 7 hours long. If you go back to the archives at davesgoneby.com, you can find them. But or on Spotify or on archive.org. But yeah, thank you so much for going through all this with us. In fact, if you missed any, all, or part of it, or you want to share the show with other people, remember that you can watch every show we've ever done, including this one starting later today, or by tomorrow. We'll have it up on davesgoneby.com, davesgoneby.com. Plus, all our shows are on archive.org, and all our shows are on Spotify.com. Many of our shows, and all our recent ones, are also on YouTube. So just look for Dave's Gone By. You'll find us all these different places. And by the way, got to put in a little bit of a personal plug before I do all the thank yous. First of all, if you want to read my plays, because come on, it's my show, I'm allowed to do a plug. Want to read my plays or my interviews with celebrities that were not done for this program, but for places like Long Island Woman or Playbill.com. Those are at my website, davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. And as a matter of fact, I just found out yesterday, I want to thank the Press Club of Long Island for giving me another award. I won first place in the narrative entertainment category for an interview that I did last year, that was published last year. Oh my God, I'm blanking. Who was it with?
Not Jane Seymour, the one, Kim Cattrall.
Oh, Jane Lynch.
Yeah.
Jane Lynch of Glee. and all those Christopher Guest films. Yeah. Jane Lynch, I think I interviewed Jane Seymour also. You can find her at davelefkowitz.org. But yeah, the story that I wrote about her that was published in Long Island Woman, find that at davelefkowitz.org. And it did, thank you to the Press Club of Long Island, that made me a winner this week. I appreciate it. Well, winners all, the wonderful people. I'm sorry, is there a synonym for the word wonderful? I've used it 50 times.
Phenomenal, stellar.
Stellar.
Yeah.
Stellar, the stars.
They were awesome. They were just very interesting, very engaging.
Yes.
Very, very passionate. They were passionate about their work. That's the word I think. They were passionate about their the theater.
And these people included
artists. They were
artists. They're all artists.
Creatives.
You know, we don't think necessarily as the critics as artists, but they are. They're crafting their thoughts. They're crafting their words.
Authors, writers.
And crunching for your reader, you know, a show that's 2.5 hours long with all these elements that we talked about into 400 or 500 words for a casual, usually average reader, for the reader to understand what's going on, to see what was good and bad in the show and whether they should go see it, and what's special about the show and why it may or may not have significance beyond the couple of weeks that it might be playing. So these wonderful people, these stellar people, have included today Brian Usifer. Remember, you have a couple of weeks left to see Chess on Broadway. He is the Tony-nominated orchestrator for that show. Leslie Hoban Blake, watch her, and Charlie Gross on Two on the Aisle. All the episodes are on YouTube. Joe Dziemianowicz, read him in New York Theater Guide. David Finkle, his reviews are at New York Stage Review. Thom Geier writes for Culture Sauce. Eva Heinemann does her theater review show High Drama. Find that on YouTube and TikTok too. Brian Scott Lipton writes for City Tour. Remember that CITI Tour. Jonathan Mandell writes for NewYorkTheater.me. Carey Purcell, you can read her at TDF Stages and also read her book about feminism in theater, from opera band to, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the rest of the title there. David Sheward, of course, writes for TotalTheater.com. So does Wisconsin critic Anne Siegel. We thank them both for being here. Raven Snook, read her in TDF Stages. Martha Waite Steketee from Urban Excavations. Zachary Stewart, TheaterMania.com. He's their chief critic. Jeffrey Sweet, he's got a play opening at New Jersey Rep at the end of July. A Change of Scene, I think it was called. So you're going to want to go see that. Robert Viagas, he's got a zillion projects, including writing for the Art Encore's publication of stage bills for various theaters around the country, as well as the Playbill annual book of the year at this theater, and all his other stuff, and his books about Olive, Good Morning Olive, the ghost story book, and his book about audiences. And let's not forget, and how could we forget, the great Rabbi Saul Solomon. His website is shalomdammit.com, shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com, where you can watch, speaking of theater, his one-man show with music accompanied by Richard Shore at the Richmond Shepherd Theater. It's this entire show, professionally recorded. The link is at shalomdammit.com. You can also watch his hilarious TV show, Shalom Dammit, Rabbi Saul Solomon's Peace, Love, and Acid Reflux Hour. There's also links to all the interviews he's done on this program, as well as his mini sermons, his rabbinical reflections, including the one he did today about the Tonys. So all these terrific people, these stellar, super spectacular people, we thank them so, so much for joining us in the Daverhood for our very special broadcast. Well, I thanked you already, but I'm going to thank my wife again and again because she was just so helpful with the show. Thanking you all. Yeah, right. Last reminder, tomorrow is the Tony Awards. And then we'll talk about them next week on our regular episode of Dave's Gone By, 9 until noonish or thereabouts, Eastern Time. It will be our 1036th episode, and our guest is going to be filmmaker Joe Fox, who is, speaking of theater, doing a one-man show at I believe it's the Fringe, and it's happening June 13th, so it'll be perfect timing to talk about it. Joe Fox in the Daverhood on the next Dave's Gone By. So, enjoy the Tonys tomorrow night. Please go back and watch and enjoy this episode of the show or all our previous Tony shows or any of our shows. We love the feedback that you give us. davesgoneby@aol.com is the email address, or you can, of course, post or message to me on Facebook. Let's go out with another song from 1925, because it's public domain, ladies and gentlemen. This was from the Garrick Gaieties of 1925. You probably know this song. I'll Take Manhattan. This is the silly part of the program. It's a long outro.